Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Denmark's Prime Minister says US threats over Greenland make absolutely no sense and could end NATO. Officials in Switzerland reveal the ski resort bar where a deadly fire broke out on New Year's Eve had no safety checks for 5 years. And French President Emmanuel Macron hosts Ukraine President Zelensky and key allies in Paris to discuss security guarantees for Kyiv in the event of a ceasefire with Russia. Now, the Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, has said it makes absolutely no sense to talk about the need for the United States to take over Greenland and warned that it could result in the end of NATO. She made the comments after President Trump doubled down on his threats to annex the Danish territory. His latest calls come after the US successfully captured Venezuela's leader over the weekend. I'm now joined by former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador, Guillaume Long. Thank you so much for your time. Great to have you back on the show with me. I just want to start talking about Venezuela. And apparently armed police have been seen patrolling the streets of Caracas with reports of shots being fired near the presidential palace. Do reports of violence on the streets of Venezuela come as a surprise?
No, not really. I think everybody's on high alert after what happened on Saturday. It appears to have been a false alarm. We don't really yet know what exactly happened. Maybe some drones that were flown a bit too close to the presidential palace. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised they're reacting pretty quickly now to any kind of alert. There's a lot of tension in Venezuela as threats continue to be voiced by the Trump administration.
And can you talk to me a little bit about the power vacuum that the removal of Nicolas Maduro has caused in Venezuela? Because obviously the US now have President Maduro in New York at the moment in a prison cell. But what does that mean for Venezuela? Because there's been reports, and I've been hearing lots of people saying they're too scared to leave their homes. They don't know what's to come next.
Right. I mean, it's a very unstable situation for sure. But I mean, I'm not sure to what extent we have a power vacuum right now. I mean, essentially what's happened is that the United States did not go through with regime change. They managed to abduct the sitting president, the head of state, and they've taken him to the United States. But they did not go further than that. So the pro-US opposition, if you like, has not been put in his place. And the person who's now in charge, the acting president of Venezuela, is President Maduro's former vice president, and all of President Maduro's governing structure, his ministers, but also the military hierarchy, the security apparatus remains in place. So the Chavista apparatus, the Chavista political apparatus and security apparatus remains in place. So it seems to me that the Trump administration I mean, this goes back to a tension between, I would argue, Trump himself and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, what we might call the neocons inside of his administration, who have been pushing for this regime change, some of them even pushing for troops on the ground to make sure that the regime change actually happens. But others inside the administration, probably President Trump himself, having probably more cold feet about going all the way, fearing a political and a military quagmire. And so I think probably in terms of Trump, the appetite was just to do this hit and run, to seize successfully, as it turned out, Maduro and abduct him and take him to the US, but not go any further than that. And then to try and make a deal with the new authorities. This seems to have been Trump's preference. I'm sure others inside of his administration would have liked to go much further.
But it's really interesting because Donald Trump was asked who was in charge of Venezuela again, and that was last night, and he said me. But I just want to move on because following the Venezuela attack, EU leaders have called for restraint and respect for international law. What do you make of this response, which many people might actually view as pretty weak?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the international community, certainly the diplomats I've been in touch with throughout Latin America, but elsewhere in the world, have been quite shocked by the European Union's and its members' muted response, essentially saying we're monitoring the situation, calling for the respect of international law. But of course, international law has already been violated, crucially Article 2 of the UN Charter, but also the whole of Chapter 7, I would argue, and every single one of those articles of the UN Charter. And so, calling for respect of international law, but not condemning, which is what many countries have done. They're condemning the violation of sovereignty, the violation of international law, the abduction of a sitting head of state. I think it's a very muted response. And I think it's both a political and moral mistake, because obviously we do not want to live, and neither the European Union wants to live in a world where might makes right. And, international law is there for a good reason, I think. So it's a mistake on that front, but it's also a strategic mistake because it could backfire in the mid to long term if the United States decides to go after other governments or other territories, including ones that are under the control of European Union countries. So I think it's to kowtow to Trump like that, to really be so submissive to Trump. I don't think he understands that language. I think he understands the language of firmness and force, and he doesn't respect people who are submissive like that. So I think really for the European Union, it's not a shining hour for them, no.
And it's really interesting because we are seeing that EU members, the coalition of the willing, and some US delegation are meeting today in Paris, and that's to discuss peace in Ukraine. And when we are looking at the situation that's happened in Venezuela, I guess that there could be some parallels drawn to that and some concern when it comes to Russia.
Yeah, I think double standards is becoming the norm, and the European unions have not been have clearly using different measure sticks for different situations, which I think doesn't work in their advantage, neither in the European context, certainly not on the issue of Ukraine, but also I would argue in other contexts, including the one that you just mentioned in the context of Greenland, right? If Trump does make a move on Greenland, will the Latin American countries and the countries of the global South say, "Oh, we're monitoring the situation," which is pretty much what Europe said in the context of the attack on Venezuela? Yeah, if you want others to stand by your side and to defend your interests, but also the more universal interests enshrined in international law, then you yourself have to defend international law, yes.
And Colombia has actually beefed up troops on the border with Venezuela. What are the reasons for this, and which other Latin American countries are on high alert? Obviously, your position with Ecuador, you would know a lot about that. Is Ecuador concerned?
I mean, this is an unprecedented situation where you have a US president making extremely explicit threats on a number of countries after having ordered strikes on a neighboring country. So he's made explicit threats against Colombia. President Trump's also made very explicit threats against Mexico and against Cuba. Cuba is probably the most concerned country right now because there has been, the Trump administration sees Venezuela and Cuba as intrinsically linked. Marco Rubio himself thinks that the road to Havana leads via Caracas, and he is himself, of course, of Cuban origin, is very passionate about the Cuba issue. So I think Cuba is certainly a very potential target. I don't think it would be as easy to do a military operation as they did in Venezuela. Not that the Venezuelan one was particularly easy, but I think it would be even harder in Cuba. This is a government and a revolutionary regime, if you like, that has resisted all sorts of, well, regime change for now many, many decades, right? So the Cuban security apparatus is a very tight ship, I would say, tighter than the Venezuelan. So I think that wouldn't be that easy, but, you know, there is a strong economic stranglehold, an embargo on Cuba, which the United States keeps on tightening. So I think Cuba is certainly in the line of fire of the United States. Now, with regards to Colombia, I think probably that's more rhetorical in the sense that I think it's unlikely that we see military strikes on Colombia. There are elections this year in Colombia, so I can imagine the Trump administration focusing much more on intervening in the elections, which is what it's doing now systematically in a number of Latin American countries. Trump has intervened successfully in a number of Latin American elections this year, and well, last year in 2025, including Honduras, including Bolivia, and of course in the Argentine midterms when he offered a big bailout to the Milei administration, which had a big electoral impact. So I think that's more the strategy we're likely to see vis-a-vis Colombia. But just to finish on what you were saying, yes, I think it is a major source of concern for the whole region. If sanctions and the general process of isolation of Venezuela on behalf of the United States succeeded in creating such a huge crisis for Venezuela and such a massive migratory crisis, which ended up in a massive humanitarian crisis for the whole region, actually, one can only imagine what war would do for the neighborhood. So any strikes on Colombia or any deepening of the strikes on Venezuela could create a regional Latin American crisis, including having consequences on Ecuador and other countries of massive proportions that have never really been seen in, certainly not in contemporary history of Latin America. So I think there's a lot of concern in the region.
Gwilym Long, thank you so much for joining me to speak to me about that with your insight and analysis. For more on Trump's threats to Greenland, I'm joined by Erasmus Brun-Pedersen, Associate Professor in International Relations at the Department of Political Science at Aarhus University, which is in Denmark. Rasmus, thank you so much for your time. Mette Frederiksen says she thinks Trump is serious about taking Greenland. What happens to NATO if America makes a move for the territory?
I think it depends a little bit on what type of move we are talking about, because there are kind of two strands right now in the U.S. approach to Greenland. There is this aggressive one that we have heard over the last couple of days, where they talk about a hostile takeover, more or less, of Greenland, which of course will spark an immense crisis in NATO, because that will have the alliance leader attacking other allies. But there's also another option, namely that they are trying to persuade Greenland to pursue independence from Denmark. And when you have an independent Greenland, then the hope from Americans is that Greenland would then choose to a closer alignment with the United States. So depending on which of these options that are realized, then I think we would have different types of crisis. But if we see kind of the more aggressive diplomacy, the aggressive rhetoric, then we will have a serious crisis in NATO.
European leaders have voiced support for Greenland and Denmark in a joint statement which was released today. Rasmus, will Donald Trump listen to Europe, or does he believe they are just not strong enough to stand up to America?
I think at least what we have heard from the American positions is that nobody in America believes that anyone in Europe would fight for Greenland, meaning that it would be more or less like a kind of a free ride if they wanted to take it. But on the other hand, I think what's the Danish, at least the Danish strategy, but I think also the European strategy, is that they are trying to multilateralize the crisis, in the sense that it will increase the cost for the United States to make an invasion or try to take Greenland. So from a Danish perspective, what we are trying to do right now in our diplomacy is not to provoke the United States, set some limits, but also tries to draw in a lot of our allies in order to signalize that there will be immensely diplomatic costs if the United States decided to take Greenland. So I think that that's what's going on right now, but I don't think it will kind of intimidate Trump as such. But again, it's one way to increase the costs for any adventurous Arctic politics.
Greenland is sitting on $4 trillion in rare earth minerals, and that's according to various reports. Would it not be beneficial if the territory and its people are taken over by the US and America does take control and invest in Greenland and the mining?
There's a little bit technical stuff here because, Greenland is a part of Denmark, but Greenland has a home rule, meaning that the Greenlanders are the ones who are has the responsibility for who will invest and who will do the mining in Greenland. Of course, there's a lot of potential on Greenland, but it should also be remembered that it's very expensive to do mining on Greenland because of the nature, because of geography, and because there are no inland roads. Meaning that it's very, very expensive to do these things and to invest. But as it stands right now, if somebody were to come up with a great investment plan for mining, for instance, in Greenland, then Greenland has stated that they are open for business. They really like to have a foreign investment. So if you have a big consortium of American investors, I think they will be very welcomed by Greenland. Kind of a takeover by the United States, either in the form of a free association agreement or through a kind of formal integration in the federal structure, that's not necessary because Greenland is open for business if anybody wants to invest. But there is a reason why we haven't seen this massive wave of investments yet, simply because it's not something that you can profit from.
The Biden administration, the European Union and China have all tried to vie for influence on Greenland at some point. Are Greenland's untapped rare earth minerals and its strategic location now becoming a new battleground between the US, China and also Russia?
Yes, I think the answer to that is clearly yes. Greenland has kind of moved from kind of a neutralized zone that was not dangerous for the great powers into kind of a conflict zone because it has become a part of this global battle for rare minerals. And that's basically the reality, and this is we need to kind of lay out strategies that kind of take that into consideration. So it's become politicized, it has become securitized, and we see kind of the great powers have been having an interest in this. But that being said, kind of the Chinese interest in investing in Greenland was really a big thing 11, 12 years ago, but they was never realized simply because that the Chinese found out that it would be something that they couldn't profit from. So we haven't seen a strong Chinese interest actually investing in China for the last 11, 12 years. So it is a little bit of a myth in American politics that the Chinese are just waiting to step in and take over China on the economic side.
Yeah, because that's interesting, because Donald Trump has said that there's Chinese ships very close to Greenland in the past when he's been speaking about this subject. But right now, Rasmus, you and me are talking about Greenland. It's been a hot topic after the situation we saw, the capture of the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro. How concerned is Denmark right now that Donald Trump will make a move? Do you think that this is actually a possibility and it could happen in the near future? Or do you think this is just posturing by the US?
It's a little bit difficult to evaluate. I think in the Danish, at least, kind of a normal way to deal with this thing, and this is also how we have thought about it in Denmark, is that the United States would pursue kind of a diplomatic strategy. They have appointed a new special envoy that will take care of Greenland, as they say, and his mandate is to try to convince the Greenlanders to seek independence and after independence, move closer to the United States. And so I think from a Danish perspective, this is what we would have expected. But after the invasion of Venezuela and the bombing and the kidnapping, then it seems that there are more options on the table, and also that the United States are willing to use military force to get their will within their sphere of influence, meaning that we have to take that into considerations when it comes to Greenland. So I think it's also in that light we can have seen this relative relatively strong Danish response to the pressure from the United States, but also the reactions from the European leaders, or the leaders from the great European countries today, namely that this is basically unacceptable, and again, it will really threaten the cohesion in NATO if we were to see an American invasion of NATO territory with the claim of getting security, because they have access already. We have established treaties with the United States that basically opens Greenland for a military presence if the United States wanted. During the Cold War, the United States had 17 bases on Greenland. Now they have one. If they want to reopen these bases, they can just ask, and Denmark will say yes. So again, from a Danish perspective, it is a little bit unclear what the United States really want, except kind of territorial expansion.
Rasmus Brun Pedersen, thank you so much for your time and for talking to me this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Pleasure. Now, officials in Switzerland have revealed the ski resort bar where a fire broke out on New Year's Eve hadn't undergone any safety checks for 5 years. 40 people were killed and 116 injured in the tragedy. Police said 83 remain in hospital. Today, the mayor of Crans-Montana also answered a series of questions and apologised for the lack of checks on venues, but said he would not resign. Take a listen.
Les contrôles périodiques n'ont pas été effectués.
Periodic inspections were not carried out between 2020 and 2025. The Municipal Council became aware of the situation after reviewing the documents submitted to the Public Prosecutor's Office this past weekend. We deeply regret this. The courts will determine the impact of this oversight on the chain of events that led to the tragedy. We will assume all the responsibility that the courts determine. In line with the ban on fireworks already imposed by the municipality before December 31st, we have decided to immediately prohibit the use of any pyrotechnics or similar devices inside public spaces or establishments of any kind. The shock is still there. Our community, our town, each and every one of us is constantly in touch with the victims of this tragedy, with their families, with their loved ones.
For more on this, I'm joined by CGTN Switzerland correspondent Julia Hamilton. Julia, good to have you back on the show with me. Obviously, we spoke in the hours after this tragedy unfolded, but a lot was revealed about the incident at the bar today by officials. What more do we know following this press conference that was held?
Numerous shortcomings have been revealed by the Swiss authorities in that press conference today. We heard from the mayor of Crans-Montana, who said that the venue, Le Constellation, hasn't been checked for safety for 5 years. And he said that as of today, he doesn't have a reason for why this happened, because according to the town's local regulations, these safety checks should have been carried out at least annually. So we'll have to wait and find out why this has happened. Also, he has offered no resignations and said that they are profoundly sorry to the families. Also, they've announced that there is a ban now on all sparklers and pyrotechnic fireworks inside all the venues in the area. And also, it's now up to the investigators to find out all the details.
And there's also now a criminal investigation underway into the French couple who managed Le Constellation bar. What's the latest on this, and have we heard from them at all at this stage?
That's right. So a criminal investigation is underway right now, and we do know that the owners of the bar, they haven't been arrested by the police, but one of their venues, because they own two venues, the Le Constellation and another venue in Crans-Montana, well, the other venue has been closed. And so Jack and Jessica Moretti, that's how they've been named in local media. They're a French couple, and they've owned the Le Constellation bar since 2015, and they are charged with negligent homicide, negligent bodily harm, and negligent arson. And of course, there are many, many questions remain in this investigation as to why, to this fire safety of this venue, to the layout of this venue, of why these checks haven't been done, was the fire extinguishers available, and so many questions that the investigators will have to establish in the coming days.
And there's also been an update on the victims and those who are still recovering in hospital. What have authorities said about them?
That's right. 40 people have been confirmed dead, and 21 of them are Swiss. And in fact, the victims are of 12 nationalities, French, Italian, and other European nationalities, also one from Australia. And right now we have the toll of 116 injured people, and more than 8 of them still remain in hospital, some of them in very serious conditions like an induced coma. Of course, those people, they suffered severe burns to their bodies, so that's why we hope that they will make a recovery. And so the helpline to actually help the families and relatives of the victims and of the injured has been deactivated now. So we do know that the police have identified all the injured as well now, and they have been the families have been notified. We don't know the names or the other details of all the victims and all the injured, but we do know that they are very young. The age ranges from 14 to 39, and the youngest person is a 14-year-old Swiss girl. So indeed, a very young crowd among the victims and the injured.
And Julia, the region and the world are still shocked from the tragedy, and memorials are set to take place this week, aren't they?
That's right. The whole country is shocked and is in disbelief that this happened in such a place, in such a time. And people have been coming to lay flowers and light candles and pay respect and tributes to the victims in Crans-Montana itself over the last 5 days. Also, there's been so many tributes on social media. There has been a condolences book set up online, and more than 3,000 messages have been left in that book already. And there's been many tributes on social media, including one by the local Swiss clubs in a shape. The skiers formed a shape of a heart to pay respect to the victims. And also on Friday this week, there will be a national day of mourning in Switzerland, and the ceremony will take place at around 2 p.m. local time, when church bells across the whole country will ring. And that ceremony will be held in a nearby town, Martigny, which is a bigger town than Crans-Montana, because also there's some snow forecast coming for the weekend, and over this weather and safety concerns, the memorial will be moved to the place called Martigny. But the locals in Crans-Montana will be able to follow that ceremony live from one of the venues there as well. So, and the Swiss president, also the French president, and potentially the Italian president, many European leaders and officials are expected to be attending that ceremony on Friday.
Julia Hamilton, thank you so much for joining us. South Korea is hoping for a new phase of relations with China after leaders from 2 countries met in Beijing this week. It was Korean President Lee Jae-myung's second meeting with China's leader Xi Jinping in 2 months. Chris Gilbert reports.
Smiling for the camera, even if it's his own. Lee Jae-myung relished the chance to snap a selfie with Xi Jinping on Monday. The meeting signals Beijing's interest in boosting economic cooperation and tourism with Seoul, as China's relations with Japan hit rock bottom over a policy dispute towards Taiwan. China says it places high importance on relations with Korea and is willing to work towards friendly cooperation.
Friends grow closer with more visits, and neighbors become more familiar with more exchanges. As a friend and neighbor, China is ready to work with the Republic of Korea to work towards win-win outcomes and push forward the development of a strategic cooperative partnership.
The 4-day trip is the first state visit to China by any Korean leader since 2019. Bilateral ties soured under Lee's predecessor, disgraced ex-president Yoon Suk-yeol, who was close to Japan and critical of China. Experts say Lee is walking a diplomatic tightrope between Tokyo and Beijing. High on his agenda is lifting China's unofficial ban on Korean pop culture, believed to be a protest against Seoul's 2016 decision to deploy a US anti-missile system. He's also looking for support and engaging diplomatically with North Korea.
This summit will be an important opportunity to make 2026 the first year of full-scale restoration of Korea-China relations. I believe that efforts to develop the strategic cooperation and partnership between the two countries into an irreversible trend of the times will continue.
The two countries signed 15 agreements at a summit, including documents on technology, intellectual property, and transportation cooperation. Leigh Ann wraps up his trip on Wednesday. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, the French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting Ukraine's leader Volodymyr Zelensky and other key allies in Paris today in a bid to agree security guarantees for Kyiv in the event of a ceasefire with Russia. Heads of state and top officials from more than 30 countries are meeting alongside US mediators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Zelensky met Trump recently and said his plan to end the war with Russia was 90% agreed. We can now speak to Director of the Westminster Alliance for Ukraine and former UK MP, Roger Caskell. Roger, thank you so much for joining me. Let's begin right now with European and US officials. Of course, they're meeting in Paris, as I just said. But are events in Venezuela and President Trump's threat to annex Greenland overshadowing efforts to end the war in Ukraine?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Yes, they are. What Venezuela tells us is that the rule of law, international rule of law, is not going to be respected. It is an encouragement to, particularly to authoritarian regimes like Russia and China and others, just to take matters into their own hand with complete disregard for international law. And the Greenland saga goes on. I mean, a lot of European leaders are biting their lips about Venezuela. I'm not sure they'll be able to do that about Greenland, which is really, frankly, very offensive to not just to Denmark, but to Europe, to all of Europe, all the European leaders. And yet, it's clear that without American support, it is very difficult to see how Ukraine can continue to be supported now and in the longer term, which is what the conference in Paris is about.
Roger, I just want to ask you a little bit about the European response to what happened in Venezuela and Donald Trump's threats when it comes to Greenland. I was speaking to a guest a little bit earlier, and he said that he thinks the European response was wrong. He thinks it was too muted and it wasn't strong enough. What do you make of that?
Well, it is muted. I agree with that. It is muted. I think a judgment has to be made about what the priority is here. We are living in unprecedented times, and the Europeans are very weak in comparison to the Americans, for example, and Donald Trump. And they need America's support because the future of Ukraine is the future of Europe. And so I think we have to show a little bit of understanding. A judgment needs to be made. You know, we elect leaders to take decisions and make a judgment. But I think we can all see them biting their lips. Whether it is worth speaking out and at this stage about Greenland when the focus is on Ukraine, I'm not so sure. I think there does need to be a strong response about Greenland. And I think there has been from the Danish government, and there will be from all the European leaders, and I hope also from the UK. But I'm not sure that today is the day for that. I think that today is the day to get together and focus minds and try to get some agreement on a strategy for supporting Ukraine.
Let's talk about that. Roger, what can we expect from the Coalition of the Willing meeting in Paris? Because there's been a lot of criticism that the Coalition of the Willing just meet and seem to talk, but there doesn't seem to be anything else concrete that happens.
Well, don't underestimate how important it is to talk, because it's only by talking that you're going to get a consensus. And I think a strong statement that will come out of those talks that underpins the resolve of the Americans and the Europeans to stand with Ukraine now and in the future, and to do whatever it takes to support Ukraine against the Russian invasion and Putin's aggression. I think that is not to be underestimated, and that is what I hope will come out of the talks. Delivering on that strategy, on that common strategy, is a whole different ball game, and I think that is going to be very challenging. But the first step is to indeed to have those talks and to reach a common position, a common strategy between the United States and Europe and Ukraine on how best to defend Ukraine and to achieve a ceasefire and to support Ukraine in the future if such a ceasefire is achieved.
Zelensky said in recent days a deal was 90% ready. But Russia, which we know occupies around 20% of Ukraine, is pushing for full control of the country's eastern Donbass region as part of a deal. So my big question, Roger, is the main sticking points still seem to be what is holding things back. And we don't seem any closer to a resolution or to Russia agreeing to anything.
Well, you're right. It is very difficult to read what is going on. We'll have to wait for the announcement and the statement. But I think the key agreement that is going to be needed is one between the Ukrainians, the Europeans and the Americans. Let's remember last year we were having discussions between Zelensky and President Trump without involving the Europeans. The Europeans have insisted that they are at the table. And I think if we can get an agreement between the Americans, Ukraine and the Europeans on what a ceasefire deal could look like. And let's remember we're talking about a ceasefire. Then they can go jointly to Russia in a strong position. And all I can say is that as far as Putin is concerned, you have to be in as strong and united position as you can possibly be to be able to expect any kind of result from that. Because, first of all, he doesn't have an interest in a ceasefire. He wants to continue to prosecute the war. And secondly, even if he does sign a ceasefire agreement, policing that is going to be very, very difficult. But I still think it has to be achieved. The killing has to stop. There has to be a ceasefire. And there has to be a process, a political process has to be begun. But that's only going to work if Europe, Ukraine and the United States are united, and it can present a more powerful front to Putin than what he's seeing at the moment. Putin will respond to power, and the Europeans and Ukrainians and the Americans need to present themselves as united and as powerfully as they can.
Roger, I don't have much time left, but I just want to ask you a really quick question. Is the US still a reliable partner, especially for Europe?
The US is a reliable partner. This is one administration that is behaving in a very erratic and unpredictable way, entirely inconsistently with American history and what we're used to. But I think it would be a mistake to jump to conclusions about whether the United States as a country is a reliable partner anymore. We can't control that in Europe. What we can control is what we do, and we have to be as strong and as reliable and stable as possible. We have to be more independent, and that's not to do with whether the United States is a reliable partner or not. That's to do with the fact that Putin presents a risk, a threat, not just to Ukraine, but to the whole of Europe. And the Europeans are not in a strong enough position at the moment themselves. We need to build up our defence expenditure, the coordination between our defence systems. And I think getting lost in a discussion about whether the United States is a reliable partner is a distraction. Europe needs to focus on what we can do, and we need to be much stronger than we are today.
Roger, brilliant to have you on the show and great to have all your insights and analysis. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Pleasure. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Nestlé has issued a global recall of some baby formula products over concerns they contain a toxin which can cause food poisoning. The Food Standards Agency says the toxin, which is highly heat resistant, can lead to symptoms such as nausea and abdominal cramps. The affected infant formulas were on sale in both the UK and also Ireland. AI chip designer NVIDIA have announced a new tech platform that will help self-driving cars think like humans. The company's CEO says the new AI model, Aplomo, will navigate through rare scenarios on the road and drive safely in complex environments. Shares of the firm rose slightly by around 0.8 in after-hours trading following that announcement. A reminder of our top stories. Denmark's Prime Minister says US threats over Greenland make absolutely no sense and could end NATO. Officials in Switzerland reveal the ski resort bar where a deadly fire broke out on New Year's Eve had no safety checks for 5 years. French President Emmanuel Macron hosts Ukraine's President Zelensky and key allies in Paris to discuss security guarantees for Kyiv in the event of a ceasefire deal with Russia. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the dailies. Global attention remained fixed on Venezuela as Nicolas Maduro and his wife appeared briefly in a New York federal court following his capture, both pleading not guilty to drug and weapons charges. Media outlets highlighted Maduro's defiant claim as he remains Venezuela's president, describing himself as a prisoner of war. Coverage across international networks continued to track the legal proceedings, diplomatic fallout, and broader implications of the U.S. action, underscoring the case's significance for global politics, international law, and regional stability. American media continued to focus on the Venezuela story, shifting from breaking news coverage to analysis and fallout. Outlets focused on legal questions, international law, and global reaction, especially at the UN and among allies. Coverage also emphasized what comes next: oil interests, risks of instability, and whether Trump's Venezuela action sets precedent for future U.S. interventions. We'll start with Politico, which details the Trump administration's pressure on interim Venezuelan leader Delcy Rodriguez following Maduro's removal. The exclusive outlines U.S. demands, including curbing drug trafficking, expelling foreign allies, and limiting oil sales to rivals. The piece emphasizes Trump's use of threats, sanctions, and also financial leverage, while warning that Venezuela's internal rivalries and instability make the strategy risky and unpredictable. Foreign policy argues that Nicolas Maduro's capture has raised more questions than answers about Venezuela's future. The analysis asks who really holds power, why Trump acted, and what the move means for U.S. foreign policy and global rules. The piece suggests that regime largely remains in place under Delcy Rodriguez, and that oil, immigration, and also power politics, not democracy, drove the decision. It warns Trump may repeat such military actions elsewhere, creating instability and setting a dangerous international precedent. The New York Times tried to explain why President Trump declined to back Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado after Nicolas Maduro's removal. The analysis cites U.S. intelligence and senior officials who warned Machado lacked governing capacity and risked destabilizing the country without major U.S. military involvement. The piece also highlights relations with Trump officials, which had lost or had also deteriorated amid strategic disagreements. It concludes that Trump, with his Venezuela move, prioritized oil stability over democratic transition and instead supported Maduro's vice president, exposing tensions between Washington's transactional approach and Venezuela's opposition movement. The Wall Street Journal revealed in an exclusive that President Trump privately urged U.S. oil executives to get ready weeks before Nicolas Maduro's capture. The piece shows that oil was indeed central to President Trump's Venezuela strategy, as now he wants American energy companies to rebuild Venezuela's collapsing oil industry and boost production. Some of the charts included in the piece highlight the gap between Venezuela's massive reserves and its weak output. It also underscores the caution displayed by major firms, especially Chevron, even though markets reacted positively. The piece cites political uncertainty, contract risks, and long investment timelines that could indeed complicate Trump's ambitions. The New York Post profiled Celia Flores, the wife of deposed Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, portraying her as a powerful and shadowy figure inside the regime. The piece recounts how she was often called the Latin Lady Macbeth, pointing out that she was often described by former insiders as deeply involved in corruption and also drug trafficking. The piece also outlines allegations that she helped protect cartels, benefited from bribes, and placed relatives in key positions. The Washington Post analyzes America's reaction to the U.S. military operation that captured Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro based on a text message poll of 1,004 adults. Key charts show the public is indeed sharply divided. As we can see in the first chart, 40% approve of the operation, while 42% disapprove and 18% are unsure. And partisan splits are also stark, with Republicans strongly supportive and Democrats overwhelmingly opposed. Another chart finds 63% believe congressional approval was required, underscoring institutional concerns. And also, while half indeed support putting Maduro on trial for drug trafficking, majorities oppose U.S. control over Venezuela or selecting its government. And the final chart reveals a rare consensus. Here's the chart. 94% say Venezuela's future leadership should be decided by Venezuelans themselves and not by Washington. European media also remained focused on Venezuela, especially on the legality of Trump's move, with sharp criticisms dominating coverage. Major outlets emphasized international law violations, sovereignty concerns, and historical parallels to U.S. interventions, often quoting legal experts and former diplomats. There's also strong attention on regional instability and precedent, with warnings that Trump's action could weaken global norms and embolden great power force elsewhere. The Telegraph argues that President Trump's plan for Venezuela relies on indirect rule, allowing interim leader Delcy Rodriguez to govern while serving U.S. interests. The analysis warns that this strategy is indeed risky and could backfire as Venezuela remains unstable, with powerful militias, criminal gangs, and rival figures inside the regime. It contends that if Rodriguez cannot control them or deliver U.S. demands, Washington may face pressure to intervene again. The piece concludes that removing Maduro solved little and could lead to deeper chaos. The Times examines President Trump's push to revive Venezuela's oil industry and warns the costs may be far higher than he suggests. The piece included a map that showed, here's the map. This map shows Venezuela holds the world's largest proven oil reserves, about 303 billion barrels, or about 17% of the global total. Another graph here it is, tracks production, highlighting a steep decline from 3.4 million barrels a day in 1998 to under 1 million only in 2024. A third analysis compares costs, as you will see right now. So this is the analysis. It shows oil from Orinoco Belt is far more expensive to extract than Saudi crude. The piece explains that decades of sanctions, corruption, and also infrastructure collapse mean restoring outputs could take $100 to $200 billion and more than a decade, perhaps making Trump's plan risky and uncertain. The Guardian explores how the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro has alarmed China, one of Venezuela's closest allies. The piece explains that Beijing has reaffirmed ties with Maduro just hours before the U.S. intervention. It actually highlights key data points that underline China's stakes, and also showing Venezuela has received about $106 billion in Chinese loans since the year 2000, with roughly about $10 billion still owed. The analysis also includes charts that highlight China-Latin America trade hitting a record high of $519 billion last year. A separate figure shows Venezuelan oil makes up only 4% of China's imports, suggesting that debt matters more than energy for China. The piece concludes that China fears losing money and influence if the U.S. reshapes Venezuela's leadership and oil flows. Also regarding China, The Economist argues that the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro exposed the limits of China's global influence. The piece contends that despite close political ties, heavy loans and oil trade with Venezuela, China was unable to protect a key ally. It also stresses that this is not a model for Taiwan, but a warning to China's partners worldwide. The piece concludes that strong rhetoric did not translate into action, raising doubts about China's ability or even willingness to stand up to the U.S. power beyond words. And we'll end with the Chinese media, which framed the overthrow of Maduro as illegal, imperial, and destabilizing. Chinese outlets strongly emphasized violations of international law, U.S. unilateralism, and threats to state sovereignty, often invoking the UN Charter. Commentary also stresses China's economic exposure and strategic caution, portraying the episode as proof of U.S. dominance. Chu Ying argues in the China Daily that the U.S. military seizure of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro represents a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter. She indeed rejects Washington's claim that the operation was legitimate law enforcement, warning it sets a dangerous global precedent. The author says U.S. talk of managing Venezuela revives colonial-era intervention and threatens Latin America's non-intervention norms. The article concludes that replacing law with force risks wider instability and undermines the rules-based international order worldwide. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Arabiya English.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We're in charge. That's the US message to Venezuela. President Donald Trump has vowed to fix the country and revive it from the dead. But is that for the benefit of Venezuelans or Americans? And does the forced removal of Nicolas Maduro set a dangerous global precedent? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
मैं
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys sadly have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather earth.
में जाके बूटी होता है.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many. बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jandamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewelry as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together. It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
We have
no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
We're in charge. That's the US message to Venezuela. President Donald Trump has vowed to fix the country and revive it from the dead. But is that for the benefit of Venezuelans or Americans? And does the forced removal of Nicolas Maduro set a dangerous global precedent? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to this special interview on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now today we are joined by Zander Evett, who is one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches. He's trusted by top athletes, actors and business leaders. And for over a decade he's been the expert that high performers rely on for recovery, pain management and truly effective health strategies, cutting through wellness hype and methods that actually work. Well, with the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix this weekend, plus stress, travel and desk life taking a toll on all of us, there's no better time to learn what the world's top performers are getting right and perhaps what they're getting wrong as well. Zander, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I understand you are a performance osteopath. And the first question I was asking myself was, what's the difference between a performance osteopath and the more traditional sense of osteopath?
Sure. Very good question. Firstly, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. I think the difference is basically that clinically an osteopath would see anybody with pain, much like a physiotherapist, but perhaps they use their hands a little bit more. And with a performance osteopath, we have a little bit more of a skill set that lends itself to a broader range of modalities, for example, strength and conditioning, for example, recovery tactics and things that you might integrate to somebody's lifestyle. And I think that lends itself to the kind of demographic that I serve, which is, you know, high performers, people that have to be switched on, maybe more than the usual 9-to-5er. But there's definitely crossovers, and I definitely still have the same skill set. So clinically, we start off with that, and then a performance osteopath would be somebody that obviously branches out into other areas of expertise.
Okay, so you mentioned high-performance individuals. I mean, give us a couple of clues. I know you can't give us names, but the sorts of profile of client you have.
Yeah, sure. So a lot of the people that I see are kind of the top 1 or 0.1%, if you like, can range from CEOs of huge corporations that travel, you know, constantly on the road with huge demands on their plate. And then I could be seeing actors that have roles that are very physically demanding and they just need support with maybe some injuries or pain or just their fitness for that role. As well as those, I could also, you know, be seeing athletes, and that could be from Formula One to football to basketball. I think my therapeutic skill set lends itself to a foot in the door with a lot of these people. So usually people come to me first with a bad shoulder, a bad back, and then the relationship evolves and I help them kind of rebuild out of that injury into a fitness or a level of fit for purpose, as I would call it, to be able to do their job and their role at a very, very high level.
Okay, and since you mentioned Formula One, and we've got the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix upon us, I want to ask you, I mean, what's your understanding? Because I know you work with quite a lot of drivers and racing drivers involved in Formula One. Is it more about mind over matter? I mean, how strong is the mind aspect of being a good Formula One driver versus the physical aspect?
It's definitely huge. I think when you get to the top echelons of any sport, I think when you look at the field of play or on the grid, what you'll see is a lot of athletes that are very similarly posed. So their level of skill in each area required for that sport is almost very, very similar, almost the same. And those marginal gains will be in the management which I offer to people of the psychological side, the emotional side. You know, I'm supporting people and helping also bring in other professionals that might help, you know, with the psychology. When you talk about mind over matter, I think it's important to realize these people are really, they're under a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And that has a lot of similarities with these CEOs, with the actors. But you're right in saying it plays a huge role, because if for some reason on that day you have some kind of emotional wobble, or there's, you know, something at home that isn't quite right that day, when you get on the grid, you're slightly behind the next person. And we know that those margins, when you come to the end of the race, that's what determines win or lose. So.
Right, your focus just isn't completely there, is it? It's going to be, your mind's going to be somewhere else.
Exactly.
And your body is there, and it's, you know, going through some pretty arduous tests, 50 kilos of force through the neck on a corner, for example. What does that actually do to a driver's body? And what can people who aren't involved in racing driving, ordinary people like me, perhaps learn from the recovery routine of a driver?
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're right in saying that the forces that are exerted upon those drivers are absolutely huge. I think it's important to understand that physically they go through a lot more than you might realize just sat still. And even slight drops in hydration can cause a drop in mental acuity in a significant way. So what the guys are doing in my role in Formula One, for example, they're monitoring and helping to optimize these different facets of health and fitness so that there isn't a drop in any of the any of those outlets of performance. So, like I said, with the hydration and mental acuity, it just takes one moment of lapsed concentration, and it could be a crash, or it could be a few seconds back, and therefore losing, a position in the race.
It's really interesting because you're painting the picture of a sort of hybrid between someone who works with the human body in your capacity as an osteopath and someone who works with the mind, almost like a therapist, a psychiatrist, psychotherapist, something along those lines. And I just want to ask you as well, I mean, when we look at these high performers that you're working with, you could almost call them the 0.1% of the population. Are there sort of habits that we, and I talk about people who aren't in that percentage, could learn from them in terms of recovery, in terms of routine? What lessons can we draw from them?
Definitely quite a few lessons, actually. And I'm always, I'm forward speaking and saying that, even though they are the 0.01%, you have to remember that their lifestyle is very different to ours. And in some regards, you might look at them and say, oh, well, I need to have strength, I need to have conditioning, I need to have cardiovascular health. Yes, but your demands in a day are very different to theirs. We try and support from lots of different angles, for example, nutrition, for example, the fitness side, the mental side that we're talking about. And I think that what we learn from the elite level athletes is, they're not going to put in protocols that are a waste of time. So we can start to hone in and go, okay, well, this seems important, and so does this. And recovery is huge. As you know, it's definitely a trend right now. And And I think the application of those protocols for recovery, for example, they have to be carefully managed, because just saying, oh, an ice bath is good for recovery is far too broad to be a positive for most people. And if I give you the example that, you know, a Formula One driver is probably very well rested in their off-season, but during the season, not so much because of the time zone shifts. I'm not going to be putting stressful ice baths into a routine before a race, because that's just going to waste a lot of energy and perhaps you know, be deleterious to their performance. So I think these blanket terms that we're throwing around in this day and age of do this, do that, you have to really look at the person and their circumstances. So yes, we can learn a lot from athletes, but we also have to take context as well.
Okay, so if it's right for him, it might not be right for you or me.
Exactly.
You've got to look after yourself as well, haven't you? Because you've just been telling me before we started this interview about your punishing travel routine, lots of different time zones in there. And I'm just wondering how you manage to stay on top of your game and recover, for example, from pretty stressful, pretty exhausting journeys that you're having to do.
Sure, yeah. I mean, fortunately, I'm not the top of the chain in terms of pressure and job commitments. I'm just part of the big wheel that's going with these organisations and people that I work with. So I have the luxury of time, but I often don't have the luxury of schedule. And so I guess what I do for myself is, before a trip like the one I'm on at the moment, which is 6 or 7 cities in about 8 days, I try to improve my fitness up until the trip. And then during the trip, I'm just I'll get my recovery in where I can. I'm not trying to improve my fitness. I'm not trying to gain strength. I'm just trying to manage so that when I'm there for the client, then I'm also at my best. I think a lot of the times people think more is more. So, you think, oh, I've only got a short gap between a couple of stressful work days. I'll go in and do some sprints because I've got 10 minutes and that will give me more out of the time that I'm getting. But actually, that's just going to put you in a deeper deficit, and you'll likely perform worse the next day, and it's difficult to come out of that. So I think, definitely I look at the schedule that I have, and I try and make it so that I'm in my best kind of, fitness and health, and I'm recovered before a trip. I'm not looking after myself in the trip. I'm looking after my clients.
Okay, but have you got a sort of a hack, sort of a go-to routine or something that you do, especially perhaps to get over jet lag?
Definitely. So I usually try and wake up on a timed alarm clock. So if you go to bed, let's say at midnight, I want you to wake up within a multiple of 90 minutes, because that's your sleep cycle. And if you break that sleep cycle in half, you're in deep REM sleep. And that's going to leave you feeling groggy and not very sharp mentally the next day. So even if it's for the sake of losing 30 minutes of total sleep, I'm going to be far sharper waking up as a multiple of 90 as I come out of that deep sleep. So that's my first thing, is before bed, I'll just set the alarm clock for a good time that is a multiple of 90 minutes. And then when I wake up, hydrate, take some electrolytes. I have some movement practices that personally I find really good. I can do it from my hotel room. Foundation training is
stretching.
Those a little bit of stretching, and I'd say be intuitive. Move around. I often use like a heart rate monitor and try and stick in that zone 2 sweet spot. So I know that I'm not overtraining and overexerting myself, but I'm going to feel nice and fresh, get lots of oxygen into my body, feel invigorated rather than exhausted. And that seems to help me wake up for the day. I think stumbling out of bed and trying to maximize sleep volume over, trying to manage that articulately is I've tried that, it doesn't work.
And you've got to eat healthily as well, haven't you? Because when you're travelling and when you're working funny hours as well, there's a tendency to eat junk because it's nearby and, you know, it's sort of comfort food in a way. And there's all this processed food and ultra-processed food at our disposal. And I'm just wondering, the people you see regularly, your clients, people come to your clinic, do you see a link between poor nutrition and pain/inflation? Is that something can you see the pattern?
Definitely. There's definitely a link between people with, and I would just zoom out a bit and say if somebody's eating poorly with these highly processed, you know, foods, they're likely not paying much attention to most of their lifestyle. So there's a lot of headroom for improvement with these kind of people, and usually they've come to me because they have pain. So it's a really easy sell to start managing these other areas of their health. But nutrition, for sure, is a low-hanging fruit, as I would call it. It's something that you can, you know, accessibly and affordably for most people, make a quick change, and within a few days you're going to see a good improvement. And yeah, ultimately, pain is definitely increased or exacerbated by a poor lifestyle and stress.
Have you got any superfoods that you sort of are your go-to snack, for example, something that you would think people might have underestimated in terms of the power of what that food could do for you?
Sure, and I think everybody's different with this, so it's worth the trial and error. But at the moment, I'm carrying some tart cherry juice, specifically the Montmorency type of cherry. Athletes have been using it for a very long time. It's really easy to travel with because you can have different forms, or just take some concentrate juice in your fridge at home. And yeah, I think that's at the moment the front of my mind, because it's definitely something that I'm carrying with me on these long and stressful trips.
What are some of the warning signs that people might look out for when it comes to the beginnings of burnout? What would be some of the telltale signs people could look out for?
So it's an interesting question, because I think psychologically we keep going and pushing through, and you know, burnout usually happens because you're not aware of the the taxing schedule or the taxing job that you're putting on yourself. And I think that the main signs for me are just a general lack of motivation, because that can sometimes come before physical effects. Because you're obviously trying to carry out the tasks every day. You're not thinking of, how do I feel while I'm doing this? And yeah, poor sleep, your appetite starts to change and you start to reach for more processed foods that are quicker hits, maybe a slump in mood. But I think, yeah, definitely using these wearables that we have, you know, that are very broadly used now, I think you can get a lot of insights to how your health is going, and it's worth, even just for heart rate, it's worth keeping track of that, just as a barometer for your day-to-day health, and when to know when to push it. I think sometimes people wake up and they think, oh, it's Tuesday, that's the day I need to do my sprints and my leg presses and heavy lifts, and actually their body might be not prepared for that, and there's no point in doing that exercise. So if you find yourself in that position where you're not rested and recovered, you're not going to adapt from that workout. So maybe opt for something a little bit lighter.
I'm being told we're nearly out of time, but I want to ask you about posture quickly, because people sit at their desks all day long, like me, and I can see my posture is getting worse. I mean, it's visible on a profile. Are there any quick fixes for that?
I think the quick fix is a psychological one. If you just change your framing of how you perceive posture. First of all, we know that we've just spoken about stress being not great for pain. So somebody that's more stressed will feel more pain. If you're worrying about your posture and you have a slight ache and your day's long, but you can't stop because you've obviously got a job to do, the last thing you want to do is worry about it. And the thing with posture is it's just a moment in time. You know, it's good that you can create these slouched positions, but I think the main thing is to have a strong posterior chain, so the muscles on the back of your body. And, you know, when you have time and you're rested, work on strengthening that, because as the day or the week progresses, you're going to be able to uphold that posture without, you know, exceeding what I would say is your tissue capacity. So if I could give an analogy of a marathon, you know, at the beginning of the marathon, you're rested and strong, and you can hold good form while you're running. As the marathon goes on, maybe mile 20, fatigue is seriously set in, and you're struggling to hold good posture. And the worse it gets, the higher your risk potentially of an injury. So if you just applied that on a micro level in your day-to-day life, with a stronger back at the start of the day, you're less likely to default into a position at the end of the day because you're trained and you're prepared for that day.
Okay, and just lastly, I'm being asked to ask you the number one mistake people make when they go to the gym.
I think the number one mistake is to train too much like an athlete and not enough like somebody that is trying to train for health. And the reason I say that is because we learn a lot from people like bodybuilders. And at its roots, you know, bodybuilding is a sport. You stand on stage and you're prepared to sacrifice your health to look great on the stage. So it's great that we learn some exercises from them, but let's just cherry pick from that and make it a bit more specific to your life. And we just spoke about your posterior chain. So I might ask you to do some deadlifts a couple times a week so that we can strengthen that and help you not fall into those bad positions at the end of the day. So I think, yeah, try to train more like a healthy person rather than an athlete. These athletes have a very different lifestyle that we've kind of dipped into today with our discussion, but you know, their lifestyle has lent itself so that they can perform at an optimum level for that specific task. And your specific task is not sat in a Formula One car, unfortunately.
Well, so, or fortunately, as the case may be.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
But the other drivers, probably.
Yeah, so definitely try to, you know, look at your health as from a holistic point. Don't try and, you know, improve just your muscle mass. We do want muscle mass. We do want cardiovascular fitness. We do want all the facets of you know, what we can get from the gym, but we don't want to just stay railroaded in one direction and just add muscle.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you coming in to see us. Zander Evitz, one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Our allies, their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We're in charge. That's the US message to Venezuela. President Donald Trump has vowed to fix the country and revive it from the dead. But is that for the benefit of Venezuelans or Americans? And does the forced removal of Nicolas Maduro set a dangerous global precedent? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. On New Year's Eve, the self-proclaimed peace president had this wish.
Mr. President, do you have a New Year's resolution?
I have.
Let's hear it.
Peace on earth.
Less than 3 days later...
Don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
Because we're in charge.
Our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime.
In a precision operation, U.S. special forces swept into Venezuela and plucked President Nicolas Maduro from power. Critics of Maduro say his rule was brutal, repressive and illegitimate. The White House went further, accusing him of facilitating a deadly drug trade into the US and stealing American-owned oil infrastructure. So, by and large, not many world leaders will lament his removal from power, but it's how he was removed that's caused concern.
France's position is clear. The actions of President Trump contravenes international law.
International law is the framework, is the anchor or the benchmark against which we judge the actions of all other governments. And it is, of course, for the US to justify the action that it has taken.
On this episode, we'll ask, is the forced removal of Nicolas Maduro justified and legal? Is a peaceful transition of power a pipe dream? And does this set a dangerous precedent for other countries? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Germania Rodriguez-Pelayo, a Venezuelan-American journalist. Kurt Mills is back on the show, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. And rounding out our panel is Bruno Macias, former Portuguese minister, a writer and author whose latest book is World Builders, Technology and the New Geopolitics. Thank you all so much for being here on Counterpoints. Well, after months of speculation, the Trump administration put its massive military build-up in the Caribbean to use. In a raid described by the administration as historic and flawless, the US swiftly deposed the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and flew him to the US to face trial. The operation, however, wasn't sent to Congress for approval, and the Democrats have called it the most dangerous example of US imperialism since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. So, Germania, let's start with you. Was this operation justified? And, maybe separately, was it legal?
Right, that's two separate questions. It was 1,000% justified. Nicolas Maduro is a brutal dictator that has opened the doors of the Western Hemisphere to actual imperial powers of Russia, China, Iran. Now, on the question of international law, it's interesting. Nobody really cared about Venezuela before or when Maduro breaks international law, but all of a sudden, everyone's very concerned about international law. I am not an expert on this topic. However, there is a lot of previous history of U.S. presidents acting without congressional approval. This is what happened in Panama. Interestingly, the operation in Venezuela happened on the anniversary of the Panamanian invasion. Today, Panama is a thriving democracy that has welcomed over 100,000 Venezuelans who needed help. So absolutely justified. I'm not an expert on international law, but I think the focus on that is interesting, as many previous U.S. presidents have acted in a similar manner.
Okay. Kurt, pick up on that. Germania is saying very much justified. To your mind, as an American and a commentator on American politics, is it legal? Does it matter if other presidents have done it in the past? The fact that this president's doing it now, what do you think?
Listen, I'm a journalist. I've seen how...
Oh, sorry, Germania, I'm going to throw that to Kurt and then we'll come back to you for comment.
Yeah, no, I think clearly the operation was not justified and is not legal. It's clearly a violation of international law, but despite international law, even if you don't believe in it, it's clearly against the spirit of the Constitution. War powers are vested in Article 1 in the Congress. I don't know if the Congress cares anymore, but that's who should be approving such kind of operation. I understand, in a certain sense, if it was an acute situation, getting congressional approval would be difficult. But this was not an acute situation. There wasn't, anything particularly unusual about Maduro's. He's been in charge for 15 years or thereabouts. There was nothing pressing or imminent danger even revealed by the administration. The administration's charging him with gun crimes. This is pretty laughable for a right-wing administration to be charging people who aren't even citizens for federal gun laws. It's clearly a pretty much plastered together operation to sort of sate the president's desire for a spectacle. And look, I understand that, the Maduro administration was probably not doing a very good job running Venezuela, but there are tons of poorly administered countries and poorly administered organizations across the world. The U.S. could have achieved discrete national security goals, such as driving China out of the region, limiting flow of drugs and migrants, without this sort of spectacular operation. The tail end risks of this now, number one, the successor, Delcy Rodriguez, just being openly worse, I think is a real one. And if the country were to collapse into civil war or insurgency, then actually we would have increased migration and increased drugs and increased violence. This just seems to be frankly, a fairly juvenile, well executed, but juvenile strategy, finally executed by the administration.
Bruno, I'm going to bring you in just a minute, but before I do, Germania, I want you to just respond to something that Kurt said. Pause on Delcy Rodriguez, because we're going to come to what comes next in the next phase of our debate. But I want you to pick up on what Kurt said. Not justified, not legal. How do you feel about that?
It just shows a complete, I understand the American side of it. I'm an American as well. American citizens can be concerned. Both the far right and the far left do not want the U.S. to be the policeman of the world. They are united in that. They don't want their tax dollars spent in other countries. However, just to call the Maduro regime and administration shows a complete lack of understanding of what's going on in Venezuela. It's not a bad government like that of Colombia. It's a brutal dictatorship that is a system that comes from Cuba, that has spread to also Nicaragua. A great sign of this is that nearly half of the officers who died protecting Maduro were Cuban. That's the invasion that happened in Venezuela. This is not a government, any talks of international law. This is a criminal organization that has been running a country for 26 years.
Mm-hmm. All right, Bruno, let's bring you in. Germania was saying the international community didn't really care much about Venezuela before, cares now because President Trump has set his mind to it. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm a bit puzzled by the discussion so far because we seem to be discussing some parallel reality where the United States would have violated international law, as it indisputably did. Every international judge would take 5 seconds to reach that conclusion. There's no question about that. But you could argue, okay, there are higher values than international law. Sometimes human rights, democracy can come first. But none of that is relevant here because both the operation and President Trump's stated intention has nothing to do with democracy. The regime has not changed. All the bloodthirsty rulers of Venezuela that Germania was talking about are all still there. The only person that left was Maduro. Donald Trump has talked about oil nonstop since the invasion. He hasn't mentioned the word democracy a single time. He has, in fact, explained that he doesn't want democracy in Venezuela, and I know why. No democratic government in Venezuela would agree to the terms of the agreement that he has in mind for Venezuela, which is essentially that the president, the current president, or the acting president will sign a piece of paper transferring ownership of Venezuela's total oil reserves to the United States. That's what's on the table. And of course, no democratic government would do that. So Donald Trump will never allow a democratic government to be in charge of Venezuela. To discuss, is this justified for the sake of democracy, is just completely absurd because that's not what we're talking about. That's not what's happening in Venezuela. What's happening is the imposition of a regime of extortion on top of the Maduro regime that is still entirely in place.
Do you agree with that, Germania?
Again, along with international law, there's a newfound interest among first worlders and concern for Venezuelan oil. The reality is that the Maduro regime, the Chavista regime, has stayed in power by offering our natural resources to China, to Russia, to Cuba. This idea that the U.S. interest is only oil. Listen, this is realpolitik. Donald Trump has his interests. Marco Rubio has different interests. Stephen Miller has different interests. It's not about whether Donald Trump, who I have said is an unsavory character, cares about Venezuelan democracy. This is about whether the cause for Venezuelan democracy aligns with his interests. We Venezuelans have screamed it from rooftops. If the United States wants to do business with Venezuela, in our oil industry, the way we used to do it, and they actually paid us for it, unlike the Cubans, we are happy to work with the United States for that. And there's a lot of misinformation about that it's the opposition offering Trump oil. The reality here is that the Chavista regime has offered all of Venezuela to Donald Trump in exchange for being left alone. On another note, 1,000% what he said about Delcy Rodriguez is true. Today, Venezuela is still under a dictatorship. In my view, Delcy Rodriguez is even worse. However, we hope and wait to see that statements like the ones made by Marco Rubio and the actions that the Trump administration has shown us about this lead us to a proper transition and the eventual return of the elected government of Venezuela. That's another topic we haven't touched upon here. Maduro stole an election last year. He is not a legitimate leader, and we actually elected him.
20 times that it doesn't want a democracy in Venezuela. I understand that you want to believe, but it's a delusion. He has said every time he was asked, he has said about Corina, that won the election, he has said she's unreliable, she's not respected, she's not to be taken seriously. He hasn't talked to her. And he said he wants to work with the Maduro regime. So what is, I mean, unless you want to be
you guys are experts on international law. You study transitions to democracy, especially in modern times. Sadly, they include several of regime members. They include not having full justice in order to return to democracy. It is unrealistic for Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez to lead a transition because, like I said, this is not just a bad government. It's a dictatorship that has taken over all the institutions, all the military. That's what Donald Trump meant when he said Maria Corina does not have respect inside of Venezuela. We will need regime members for a transition. Now, here is where the important part of it is. Donald Trump has said that Delcy Rodriguez has agreed to follow U.S. instructions. And if she doesn't, they will act again. It all depends on that. I am not a fanatical Trump supporter. I am
only about oil. See his latest interview. He said, our instructions so far are only about taking over the oil. There are no other instructions. No political prisoners will be released.
The U.S. has its interests, which again have been the same ones of other imperial powers that for some reason first worlders don't care about, that have been taking our natural resources. Again, we Venezuelans are happy to work with the United States in our oil industry in order to have a transition.
Kurt, what do you think? Was this ever about the Venezuelan people, or has this always been about oil? And if so, has President Trump broken this promise of ending foreign forever wars and nation building, all in the benefit of getting their hands on this valuable national resource?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a grab bag. And so in that sense, it's a clear parallel with the last time the U.S. did something, anything close to this, which was Iraq. Different members of the Bush administration had different rationales for why they wanted to go in. And I think the problem with not having a clear rationale among all your team members is that you might not get any of the goals. So with Iraq, it was democratization, tilt towards the U.S., potentially access to resources. Today, Iraq is not tilted toward the U.S. It has some form of democracy. It's tilted towards China. And we don't have, basically a lot of Iraq's oil is still not online, and it's not heavily traded with the United States.
I would like to weigh in on that.
Is something that extreme likely to happen today? Because Venezuelan is far more in the U.S. orbit than Iraq. But the reality is, like, even if this was a war of imperial plunder, I'm not even sure that's actually going to work. I mean, the oil firms have shown a pretty stunning recalcitrance to even bring this stuff online. I don't think it's going to come online in Trump's administration. And then additionally, I mean, look, we are at a period of basically oil trading at $50 to $60 a barrel. Even if this worked, we would be driving the price down below 50, decimating the U.S. production. U.S. production is based in a lot of states that vote Republican. Texas, you see a lot of complaints there. It's just totally incoherent. I think Trump wanted to take out Maduro. I think he had sort of anger from him from the first administration. I think sort of crackpots within his midst, the sort of, a Patrick Byrne person, think that, Maduro was involved in stealing the election in 2020. And then Rubio has a crusade, a jihad against basically Latin American left-wing dictators. That's fair enough for a Latin American, but it's not super fair enough for an American. And he is a U.S. Secretary of State, not a Cuban Secretary of State or Venezuelan Secretary of State. So I think that the chances of this going off the rails real fast are pretty high.
Hermania, you wanted to jump in? Go ahead.
Several points were fair enough. However, I do think the situation in Venezuela affects national security. Ignoring the situation in Venezuela and before in Cuba has completely destabilized our region. We have seen the largest refugee crisis in the history of the Western Hemisphere that has not only affected the neighboring countries, but also the United States. On another note, he kind of corrected himself afterwards, but part of the misinformation campaign about what's going on in Venezuela is the continued comparison to Iraq and Libya. Again, they ignore countries like Panama that are culturally more similar to Venezuela. We do not have ethnic or religious battles. On the idea of civil war, that would not happen. The population in Venezuela wants Maduro out. Yes, there are extra official armed groups with the regime. That is true. But to say that Venezuela is most similar to Iraq, it just makes no sense. We Venezuelans had a country. We had a democracy. We have Western values. You don't have to build a country or teach us what democracy is.
It's not a misinformation campaign. I mean, respectfully, this is a kind of speech code terminology that I think is really unhelpful. People don't know what this is going to look like. Iraq wasn't, people really sort of castigate Iraq today. Iraq fought a very cohesive war in the 80s against the Iranians. The Iraq had been a country for 70 years. Like there was all promises that Iraq actually could stay unified once the U.S. knocked it over, and it didn't. And so, yeah, it's possible that Venezuela won't be as bad as Iraq. Probably won't be, but we don't know. And additionally, the administration has the Secretary of State doesn't agree with the president very openly.
That is true. We don't know. Would you say there have been, throughout history, would you say there have been any positive U.S. interventions across the world, or have they all been negative?
Across the world? The country was founded on a revolution against the British Empire. I think that was justified.
No, that's what it's interesting, because it's only the negative or the failures that are constantly brought up, but it's never countries that have been helped by the US.
I think the U.S. hasn't basically won a strategic victory internationally since World War II. So I think we should be pretty careful about getting involved. I think Vietnam was a fiasco. I think Iraq War II was a fiasco.
Was Panama a fiasco?
Were fiascos. What? I think Panama was a pretty mixed bag, and it was 30 times smaller than Venezuela. And I think we still don't really have strategic control of the Panama Canal. So I'm not really sure what it was for. We knocked out the cartel's banker, but it's not like we ended the war on drugs. It's not like we ended the stem of the flow of drugs into the United States. I'm not really sure.
Is Panama better today after U.S. invasion?
It's 35 years ago.
I've been to Panama and I've talked to Panamanian citizens.
I'm glad you've been to Panama. I'm glad you've talked to people. That's not really a scientific way of doing policy.
I'm going to bring Bruno in as well to weigh in on this with your geopolitical expertise, Bruno, to pick up on the question that Hermania asked to Kurt. Have there been any positive US interventions globally? Or is Kurt right to only be pointing out the negative?
Look, I'm not entirely sure what's the relevance of that question, but it's, we're not judging the United States. Obviously, there have been positive interventions from the United States, from other countries. We all give the example of World War II. I think the world would be much worse if FDR had not decided to step in. And there could be many other examples. There have been tragic interventions. It would be a long discussion and a very long book to try to figure this out, also because there are opinions on many sides. But this intervention is easy to judge because you have the American president saying, we just want to steal the oil. In fact, he says Venezuela stole the oil in the past and we want it back, all of it. We want it back. He said in his press conference, quite extraordinary, he said, we want to take the oil from Venezuela in order to take care of this country, the United States. On Twitter, I call this colonialism for children or colonialism for dummies. You have one sentence explaining the logic. European colonialists in the 19th century had full treatises explaining the logic of what they're doing. Now we have a sentence
this
that
idea of colonialism. Can I ask you a question? What about Cuba receiving Venezuelan natural resources? Have you heard of what's going on in the Orinoco River with illegal gold mining and what that's doing to the environment under the Chavista regime?
I don't understand what kind of argument this is. So if someone else is doing something you disagree with, then you have to approve of what the other person is doing in this case.
But no, it's relevant because you guys are framing the situation. We're framing the situation as if the U.S. invaded a bad government.
Do you want me to discuss the Mongol Empire and whether the Empire was worse or better than Donald Trump? I'm discussing a sentence. He specifically said, we are going to take all the oil from that
That's the entire argument, yes, that Trump said that. It's very hard to discuss.
Okay, let Bruno finish the point, and then I'll come to you for our next question, Hamania. Bruno, finish up your point there.
There are interventions that are complicated, very long books trying to judge, even the Vietnam War and other wars. This one, it's part of our times that everything is so, in a way, so stupid that it's easy to judge. You have the American president saying, we're still in the oil. And then you have conspiracy theorists saying, no, it's not about the oil. There must be some other reason. It may even be about democracy. I call them the democracy conspirationists or democracy conspiracy theory, that deep down behind all these statements, there must be a motive about democracy. Well, good luck finding it. But you do sound like a conspiracy theorist if you believe in that.
Well, if there is any part of it about democracy, we're going to need to see a transition in power that has the semblance of a peaceful transition, because whether or not you agree with how Maduro was removed from power, there's not many shedding a tear that he's gone, as Hamania has been expressing there. Venezuela has the world's largest known oil reserve, but it also has a life expectancy lower than in Syria. It's endured negative economic growth, inflation at times around 200%, and about a third of the population live in poverty. But despite promises from the US of reviving the country, it could face a dangerous power vacuum, or could it also be worse, just a puppet for the US? Hamania, surely a movement like Chavismo, if it's endured for so long, it's bigger than one or two people, if we include Delcy Rodriguez.
This is what's important.
But is there a concern, though, that will Venezuela be better off without Maduro? Will it be worse off if it's just going to be a puppet for the US?
And here we can speak about actual concerns, not what's going on with our natural resources or the oil. Worst case scenario for us is not for Venezuela to be a puppet regime. The best case scenario for us would be to Delcy Rodriguez to do as Donald Trump tells her to do, to free our political prisoners and to conduct a transition. Here is the actual worst case scenario. And as someone who has been a Trump critic, I'm concerned about what one of your guests talked about, the different messaging from everyone in his administration. Someone like Stephen Miller does not have Venezuela's best interests at heart. We are not.
But that's a senior advisor. Miller's really powerful. You just sort of like cast aside like the key advisors. Do you actually think that Donald Trump cares?
Okay, but there is also Marco Rubio, he called it.
You have Marco Rubio
in Latin America.
Marco Rubio is the driving force on this.
I would call Marco Rubio cares. Okay, it wasn't my turn now.
Agreed.
I would say that.
Go ahead, Hamania. Kurt, we'll come to you after Hamania's made her point.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was giving him reason. I was saying it is very complicated and problematic that there are different objectives by different U.S. officials. Stephen Miller does not care about democracy. However, your guest said Marco Rubio had a jihad against left-wing dictatorships in the nation. I would say Marco Rubio is the one that does care about these countries returning to democracy. What is the worst-case scenario here? That the White House lets go, claims victory, and says now that Maduro is gone, Venezuela is free. Venezuela is not free right now under Delcy Rodriguez. That is the worst case scenario for Venezuelans, that the White House depicts this as a victory and does not do more to ensure a transition to democracy.
Okay, Kurt, pick up on that. Is there, I mean, if we're going to do that, doesn't that require, I don't know, US boots on the ground? Doesn't that go against everything President Trump has said?
Yeah, I think the base case is the worst case scenario, which she just laid out, which at this point I think is the best case scenario, but which is the White House is just going to wipe its hands clean of this. Wipe it. It's going to put Delcy Rodriguez in charge. There's going to be some concessions to do something with oil. Chevron stock will go up and they'll get out. Okay. Like, from my perspective, that's not the worst thing in the world because it limits U.S. involvement at this point, and let's just go home. But you just said that's the worst case scenario. So I really don't get
Venezuelans, for first world isolationists, that's the best case scenario.
No, I mean, basically, we extraordinarily renditioned Nicolas Maduro. We set the precedent that basically the Chinese could do that to the Taiwanese president. What's to stop Putin from just like murdering?
That set the precedent. That set the precedent for China.
I think it did. I think it did. I think if you are a peripheral country of an empire, like, we have now set the precedent that we could just like knock off the leader if able. And so if the goal here basically is like setting that precedent and enshrining the Chavismo regime under a new woman, then like congratulations. If the goal is like taking a Hail Mary attempt that Marco Rubio will take over the Trump administration and become the next president, which I can't rule out at this point because he's gotten this long of a leash, then sure. But it strikes me as like very unlikely. I mean, the similarity here, again, to Iraq, which I think is an actual precedent here, is Paul Wolfowitz had all kinds of ideas and he had all kinds of views about what should happen in Iraq. And he was, genuinely tortured by the massacres of the Shias in the 90s. But it didn't prevent the Bush administration from pursuing a ton of policies that he didn't agree with, and then from Shias getting massacred by ISIS in the 2010s. And so, like, again, all of this strikes me as pretty counterproductive, and it does actually matter that the 10 decisions, the 5 decisions don't agree. Stephen Miller is not just somebody. He is the chief immigration architect of the United States at this point. He is positively citing
I agree with you. Our hope is that I agree with you on that. Is Marco Rubio as important as Stephen Miller?
Okay, let me bring in Bruno for your say on this, Bruno. I mean, how dangerous is a power vacuum here, and how likely is it?
So just quickly, what Germania just described as the worst case scenario is the rationale for the invasion described in detail by President Trump. So she should actually be against the invasion because her worst case scenario is what the invasion is all about, according to those who conducted it and decided it. So I'm a bit puzzled, but moving on, things could go very wrong because it is all about the oil. It is all about stealing the oil. But I very much doubt the U.S. has the capacity, organizational, industrial, political, to go into Venezuela, invest $500 billion, run all the risks, political, security-wise, that involves, and actually reinvigorate the Venezuelan oil industry. There will be security threats coming from many different actors. And I'm much more on the side of Kurt here, that I think things could completely go off the rails in Venezuela. Germania, the civil war is going to happen just because of this divisions between Shia and Sunni Muslims. There are civil wars for 1,000 different reasons. And Latin America has a history full of violent civil wars. As has
thanks for that. I never heard about that before. Thanks for
you said that was not the case. You said earlier that was not the case.
I don't know.
Civil wars only.
Because how else would I know if you don't tell me?
Shias. That's what you said 15 minutes ago.
Germania,
civil wars.
What do you make of the fact that President Trump was singing the praises of the Nobel Peace Prize winning opposition leader, only to then turn around and snub Maria Corina Machado, saying she doesn't have the respect, she doesn't have the support of people in Venezuela? Is that concerning that he can so easily change his tune, and shouldn't it be the opposition?
Concerning.
So
I am not.
How does the opposition take this opportunity now and run with it?
One of the tragedies of Venezuela is that we have been asking our regional our neighbors, Brazil, Colombia, for help, and no one has listened. So beggars can be choosers. The only one that came in and cared was Donald Trump. I am not here to defend Donald Trump. His mixed messaging makes things very hard, including for those of us who are trying to spread the word because people just repeat, oil, oil, oil. He said it was about oil. I am 1,000% concerned about Trump's statements about Maria Corina Machado, because that selected opposition, our own leadership, is what makes us different from Iraq, is what it's irrelevant to talk about religious, ethnic, civil wars in this case. We organize ourselves because we have democratic values and we want our elected leader to be the one. So yes, when we Venezuelans hear this from Donald Trump, it's not nice to hear. All we can do is speak out, continue doing what I'm doing, and try to hold the White House accountable. Because our goal of Venezuelans, despite what Stephen Miller's goal is, despite Donald Trump and everyone else caring about the oil, is that our interests unite. Yes, Donald Trump, help us free Venezuela and we can work with you in our oil industry. But we have an elected government and they should be at the forefront of this.
Kurt?
I don't know. It's just like it's based on like we're just supposed to believe that Venezuelans are a monolith and that they have, quote, Western or democratic values. I'm not even sure.
No, we have data. There was an election last year. 70% of
the reality is this government didn't exist in a vacuum. I mean, like the country voted for a hard left, quasi-anti-democratic movement in the late 90s with Chavez, right? And he succeeded in governing when oil was at $120 a barrel. He died. Maduro has hung on without any serious, basically, rebellion in the country, even if he stole the election.
That is
so the idea that this
super
seamless transition.
To say that there has been no.
I'm not trying to be
rebellion.
disrespectful.
That is so disrespectful. The people that have died protesting. Teenagers.
I mean, look, I'm against intervention in Iran as well, but there's actually clearly like a quasi-insurgency going on in Iran. Like, there's nothing like that in Venezuela. And so, like,
not today,
the idea that
because there has been.
Not today. I mean, if it's not today, then when is it going to be?
Protests in Venezuela?
There are images of hundreds of people. Like, it's very hard to put like into a context of what that means in a country of tens of millions of people.
But that's the issue. That's the issue. Were you paying attention before this happened? Because Venezuelans have been protesting.
Yes. I'm well aware of diaspora Latinos and Latinas making arguments.
Diaspora Latinos using the same terminology that they do to Iranians, because this is
I would say the same thing about Iranians. Like, diaspora persons are extremely selfish. Generally speaking,
it just shows the union of the far right and the far left. They are united in this
I think it's not far right.
You have the same opinion as Bernie Sanders, and you're a conservative.
What?
You have the same foreign policy opinions as Bernie Sanders. It's the far right and the far left are united.
I go on a number of things.
Don't care about
I would say I disagree with Sanders on Russia, but yeah, Sanders is probably better than like a default hawk on the Hill, doubtless. Yeah, no, I mean it's been pretty pathetic showing for Congress how supine it has been with the administration throughout all of this. So yeah, I mean Bernie Sanders is capable of independent thought. Pro.
You know what?
So anyway, there have been plenty of protest movements in Venezuela. Right now we have...
I don't doubt it, but it's a country of tens of millions of people.
Are being threatened with death. And it's important for the world to understand that Venezuelans have battled against this regime for over 20 years. If you don't believe me, go
I understand.
Google.
But look, if you were looking for
and repression.
If you were looking from space in 2020 and you would see across the United States there were Black Lives Matter protests across the United States, and that something between 40 and 60% of Americans were sympathetic to what I think was fairly anarchic violence in the aftermath of George Floyd. Should China or Russia have come in and abducted President Trump in order to fulfill the democratic desires of the people in the streets in America? Of course not. These are complex societies that we don't understand.
The United States is a democracy, and Donald Trump will leave office when his term is done. And that is, I don't understand why.
That's a fairly open question. I think he will too. But the idea that the U.S. is unassailable on democratic values, I think, is also a joke.
Okay. You were bringing up Russia and China there, Kurt, and that brings up something that I want to get into in this final part of the debate. And Bruno, I'm going to bring you in here for the first question on this, and you can respond to what Hermania and Kurt have been saying there. because the weekend's operation, it will likely have repercussions far beyond Venezuela and the Western Hemisphere. I mean, as Kurt just mentioned, Beijing, Moscow, they could potentially use it as precedent to do whatever they wish in Taiwan or Ukraine. Ukrainian leaders have also opened themselves up to... I apologise, I misspoke there. European leaders have opened themselves up to accusations of hypocrisy because they've been called out by some as having double standards. How can they espouse the values of international law and condemn Vladimir Putin's actions in Ukraine, but then look the other way when the US bombs a country and removes its leader? Bruno, what kind of precedent has President Trump set, and what message is he selling to Beijing and Moscow?
It's not a question of precedent. It's a question of the gradual and progressive but complete destruction of any idea of world order, which is continuing, but it didn't start last weekend. I think the last 2 years, what happened in Gaza is an even more striking example of that destruction. Of course, we have someone indicted by the International Criminal Court who travels everywhere and is met with all the ceremony of state in Washington. Benjamin Netanyahu. So, I'm going to say that that happened last Sunday. It didn't. It's been happening. And it's a problem, obviously. As the rules of global competition change and they become less about soft power, economic might, economic growth, and they become more about harsh military power, you'll see that happen all over the world. It's not because China is looking for a precedent. It's that slowly, for everyone, at the same time, the rules are becoming different. It is true that the United States is arguably making the biggest contribution together with Russia to this disaggregation of the world order. Gaza was a scandal that should shock all of us. And this, of course, I'm not so focused on the kidnapping or the capture of Maduro. I'm focused on the state rationale for the war, because it's now become clear that one can do whatever one wants and act, in fact, like a pirate state, go in, try to steal some oil. In fact, if you go up to the Financial Times now, you'll see that one super oil tanker just left Venezuela for the United States with oil for Chevron. This is the political prisoner that has been released, Germania. The prisoner has been released, Venezuelan oil, but no human political prisoner has been released. But thankfully, this super tanker is completely free and on its way to the United States, will be received by the American president in Washington, I'm sure.
Bruno, do you think that this is going to embolden someone like Vladimir Putin?
No, I mean, Vladimir Putin has been completely emboldened. He's done everything he could. It's silly to say that Vladimir Putin has been sparing Zelensky. He tried to kill him the first day. Oh, okay, this is one more sign of the disaggregation of the global order. Everyone does what they want. But it would be important that responsible countries would try at least to preserve a modicum of rules of impartiality, of objectivity in world affairs. But actually now we have the United States behaving in a way that China does not, because I've written a lot about China. I followed what China did in Africa. There are many reasons to criticize China, but China has never gone in to Guinea Equatorial or to Angola, deposed the president, threatened the successor with an execution, which is what Trump has done about Ms. Rodriguez, with an execution if she doesn't do what he wants. By the way, Germania, when he says he wants her to follow his instructions, it's not about political prisoners. He's been clear about this. It's about the oil. Instructions about the oil. He hasn't said anything about political prisoners. So actually, China has not done this. Now, can China start to do it? It's possible because, these people in China the party leadership are going to be concerned that the U.S. is playing by a different kind of rules and that maybe they should go into Africa and do the same because it's more effective. And anyway, if the U.S. is playing by a looser kind of rules and China is only trying to exert economic coercion, which China does exert, they may feel this is unbalanced. And the other problem is public opinion in our Western societies is now becoming so nihilistic, so cynical, then when other countries will do something, the reasonable reaction now, the rational reaction is to laugh at all the moralizers who will say something. Because when you have your own president saying, let's steal the oil, let's steal the oil like the corsairs and pirates of old, obviously the only reasonable reaction when someone else does something you disagree with is to laugh at all the moralizing principles. And without moralizing principles, it's very difficult to organize a resistance. It's very difficult to mobilize your public opinion. So all this is a great matter for concern. Shouldn't be laughed. It's a serious matter. We're destroying the global order as it existed, the rudiments of what existed, and we're just entering complete nihilism.
Kurt, I can see you nodding your head there. You wanted to jump in.
I agree with some and disagree with others. I think Bruno kind of touched at the real danger here, which is that China looks like an actually more honest broker than the United States, including in our own region. I mean, I think the basic goal of Washington should be to kick the Chinese out of South America and Central America. And I think this might actually have the opposite result. I mean, if we're talking in 5 years and Mexico and Brazil have tilted, the two most major economies in the region towards China, I don't think that should be surprising. I think that's a huge counter reaction. I disagree that a precedent hasn't been set. I think the idea that the Chinese haven't upgraded the chances of just like kidnapping William Lai, the president of Taiwan, I think they probably have. I think it makes an invasion more likely today. I think the idea that Putin has not held back a little bit on what he could have done to the Ukrainians, or at least the Ukrainian leadership, I also think is not to be seen. I think there's a chance that they could up their efforts against the Zelensky administration. And I think all of that seems pretty dangerous. So yeah, and then additionally, I would probably disagree. I don't think it's even a war for oil, as I've sort of emphasized. There's this theater state justification. That's what the president's saying. But the idea of like actually plundering the Venezuelan oil economy in any kind of coherent way. I mean, Rystad, the energy firm, estimated that it would take twice as much as investment from all of U.S. oil firms and oil and gas firms of 2025 to get this stuff online this year, or even in the next couple of years. I think the reality is we're not going to bring the Venezuelan oil economy online. The White House is going to say it is. It'll probably be increased trade.
I agree with you that it's not a very rational war for oil, but that doesn't mean it isn't a war for oil. It's just that Donald Trump...
It's a stated war for oil, yeah.
Yeah, he's interested in the immediate effect. He wants to have a little piece of paper saying the oil is ours, even if it's still underground. And it's already had some effects in the stock market, and some companies have made a killing over the past 2 days. Some people may have made $1-2 billion, and that's also a consequence of the invasion, and he's going to be very happy about that, and some of the people around him. But to get the oil out of where it is, that won't be possible. That won't be possible. I think Courtney's right about that.
It's strange, though, the degree to which Trump, I think he's sort of retrofitting rationales. I mean, he wasn't president when the Venezuelan government seized these oil fields, allegedly from Exxon and Chevron or whatever. And he's fighting for the honor of U.S. corporations 5 years ago that would have just as easily seen him in prison. I mean, he's acting like he's Putin, where he's really the de facto head of Rosneft or anything like that. He's not. And until he is, it is a sort of simulacrum of a war for oil, not a real one. I agree he thinks it. And I agree the administration believes it. But the idea that it's actually borne out in reality, I think is far from clear.
Mm-hmm. Hermania, you wanted to pick up on something that Bruno was saying as well?
I mean, a lot has been said. I'm not sure. I'm just stuck on China somehow being more moral than the US. That's a different universe. China has been plundering Latin Americans' oceans to a point that it's a huge environmental issue. Nobody cares about that. Like I've already mentioned, Cuba took over my country long ago, but somehow the United States has now put the world at danger. Yes, I agree with what Bruno said. I would love a world where everyone acted according to international law and everyone was nice. Unfortunately, these undemocratic powers like Russia, China, they have never acted under international law. And the reason modern dictatorships are get to a point where Venezuela has gotten is because these tyrannies are allowed to do whatever they want. And the Western democracies of the world try to act more under international law or under public opinion, and when they do act, they face the kind of analysis and judgment, and they get called worse than the horrific
Germania, let me call your attention to an important point. The American president just said that if the acting president of Venezuela does not do as he tells her to do, something worse than what happened to Maduro will happen to her. You know what worse than Maduro is?
I hope that's
true. Be executed. Okay, now give me an example where China said, if the president of this country doesn't give us the oil, we will execute.
I don't need to do that. I can tell you that in China, you cannot speak against the regime. I'm not going to sit here. I mean, it seems crazy to say that the Chinese Communist Party is better than the, and that's part of the issue here. We disagree on fundamental values. And me and Venezuelans, we want to be part of the Western democratic world. We no longer want to be under Russia, Iran, China's umbrella.
It's not better though. But
just let Hermania finish her point, and then we'll open it up. Hermania, finish your point, and then I'll go to Bruno and then Kurt.
That's a fundamental difference in opinions that I think a lot of the citizens of Western democracies have with Venezuelans. We want Western values and democracy. We like the US better than we like Russia, China, and Cuba, who took us by force. So to tell someone like me, who have suffered the brutality of a Russia-backed dictatorship, that the United States is comparable to these other tyrannies. Look, I've lived in both places, both pro-Russia tyranny and the United States. Let me tell you where it's better. And I can assure you, you both would agree with me on that one, even if you won't admit it.
I agree.
We're almost out of time, so let me just then give that response to Bruno, and then we'll come to you, Kurt, and then we'll have to wrap up. Bruno?
It's all very perplexing. The American president just said we're going to steal the oil. And if the president of Venezuela doesn't allow for that, we will execute her. And Germania seems to think that this is a representation of democratic values. I think Germania, like many people, this is not about her, is fundamentally traumatized. She was brought up in the world where America represented a myth, an idea, a shining light in our planet.
Mm-hmm.
And that is completely
I was raised in Venezuela under a Russian-backed dictatorship. Okay.
She cannot readjust to this new world.
Okay, Hermania needs to go in just a moment, so let me just give Kurt one last response so we can wrap up before Hermania needs to leave. Kurt, a quick final word from you before we need to end it there.
Yeah, I don't know if of America's promise is a myth, but I think America's got a lot of problems at home. And the idea that there's unified values in which we can sort of export to some sort of world empire, I think has been pretty belied by the last 25 years of us trying to do this. I mean, the U.S. has been trying to export democracy and capitalism to the world, and democracy is certainly in retreat, including in the United States. And I think trying to do this again in a complex society that we don't understand, I wish the Venezuelan people well, I think it's just doomed to failure. And it's not even clear in the slightest that the administration even believes in the putative values that she's trying to advance. I get that Rubio is. If Rubio was the president and he was trying to use all his political capital to do this, we'd have a separate conversation. I wouldn't be for that either, but at least it would be more coherent.
Okay, look, we have to leave it there because we are out of time, but thank you so much to everyone for their contribution. Such an interesting panel. Hermania Rodriguez Poleo, Venezuelan American journalist, thanks for being with us. Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine, and Bruno Macias, the former Minister from Portugal, writer and author. Thanks for your contribution on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next one.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Terrorists will just
fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Toronto. Home to about 2.7 million people, Toronto is Canada's largest city, and the sprawling city filled with distinct neighborhoods offers a diverse mix of attractions to see, places to visit, and destinations to check out. Perhaps the most popular is the Niagara Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. A highly recommended way to see the famous falls is through the Maid of the Mist boat ride, which allows you to get right up close to it and immerse yourself in its enormity. Another popular site is the Dundas Square, often compared to New York's Times Square. The place is often used in the production of popular blockbuster hits because its setting is quite easy to film in. The city is also quite popular for its lineup of major art museums. The Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto Gallery of Inuit Arts, and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramic Art makes Toronto a burgeoning art community. Great art alternatives can also be found lining the streets of Queen West, Ossington, Queen East, and the Distillery District. Every year, the art scene in Toronto is also taken over by contemporary artists during Nuit Blanche, an all-night arts festival that runs from dusk till dawn. You'll also want to walk by the Graffiti Alley in the Fashion District, Toronto street that's legally tagged with an entire walking tour of murals by local street creatives. There's also the Distillery District, a cobblestone and usually carless street, featuring industrial houses that feature galleries, fashion designers, and artisan food products. Toronto is also host to an entire lineup of alternative dance and music fests. Some of the most popular include Digital Dreams, Electric Island, and Mad Decent Block Party. In June, travelers flock to the 17-day festival called Luminato. The Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts is the place for opera and ballet shows. It is home to the Canadian Opera Company and the National Ballet of Canada. You may also want to try hiking or biking to the Toronto Islands nearby. It's just a ferry ride away. Plus, you'll get to see the city skyline at sunset. The sandy beaches are worth the trip, and the eclectic Wards Island is an interesting community to explore. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Denmark's Prime Minister says US threats over Greenland make absolutely no sense and could end NATO. Officials in Switzerland revealed the ski resort bar where a deadly fire broke out on New Year's Eve had no safety checks for 5 years. And French President Emmanuel Macron hosts Ukraine's President Zelensky and key allies in Paris to discuss security guarantees for Kyiv in the event of a ceasefire with Russia. Now, the Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, has said it makes absolutely no sense to talk about the need for the United States to take over Greenland and warned that it could result in the end of NATO. She made the comments after President Trump doubled down on his threats to annex the Danish territory. His latest calls come after the US successfully captured Venezuela's leader over the weekend. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and Chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi. Dr. Ellie and Michael, great to have you on the show and Happy New Year to you. Michael, it's been a busy start, let's just put it that way, to the geopolitical happenings since the 1st of January. But let's talk a little bit about Greenland, because that's really come back into focus of late. What are your thoughts on this, and are we likely to actually see the US overtake Greenland?
I think the Danish Prime Minister is spot on, that we have to take seriously what the President and his team is saying. Stephen Miller was on CNN and he spoke very clearly about what it is that the U.S. is looking for when it comes to Greenland. And it's not just having more military bases there. He talked about 51st states. As a Canadian, something that I'm maybe slightly relieved, but now I'm thinking, are we going to be 52? And I think that Donald Trump, in the past, I don't know that we necessarily took everything he said seriously because he would talk so much to the media, and he would sometimes say the most outrageous things either on social media or to the press. But now, after what's happened in Venezuela, I think we have to take what he says seriously, and I think the Prime Minister is right to say this has to be taken seriously by all of NATO.
Let's talk a little bit about NATO, because we must remember that Greenland, one of the biggest islands in the world, is, of course, run by Denmark, and it is a NATO country.
Sure.
So right now, I thought what Mette Frederiksen said, that if the US does go in and annex Greenland, that would sort of be the end of the NATO alliance, because we've not seen a NATO country attack a NATO country. So it's sort of uncharted territory, isn't it, Dr. Ellie?
Definitely. I do believe that Trump, since his first term, has challenged the NATO so much and have shown that he doesn't care much about NATO, but definitely the Europeans do. And definitely he cannot completely disregard the potential of breaking up the NATO. It will be detrimental to the US foreign policy in general. I think he will think more seriously and think twice or maybe 10 times before he actually takes an aggressive action against a NATO country, much more than he did towards Venezuela or potentially other countries. It's a different ball game, but again, can they reach some kind of an agreement under pressure, under coercive diplomacy to try, yes, to get the military bases he wants, to get the strategic depth he wants towards the whole new passage routes that are being created there towards Russian presence in the Northern Atlantic and so on, but also towards minerals and resources that are in Greenland, which obviously is also what he is looking for. If he can get it in that way, probably it will not lead to a confrontation. And this is what I would be more favorable towards thinking will happen soon.
So I did speak to somebody on my earlier show who is a professor at a university in Denmark, and he was saying that during the Cold War, there were lots of military bases, US military bases, around 17 in Greenland. Now there's one, but if the US wanted more military bases in Greenland, Denmark would be happy to let that happen. And he also said the US has always had access to Greenland, but no one has ever actually gone in and successfully mined the rare earth minerals because of the conditions and how difficult it is to access this. Yes, China has made a vie, didn't stay very long. So what is Donald Trump actually thinking here?
So some analysts will say that because of global warming, access is probably, theoretically, a little bit easier than in the past. And I think that might be part of what's motivating them. I also believe that they are in a position where they've had such an incredible victory, where they were able to grab the president of a foreign country and his wife with no American civilian death or no American military deaths. And I think that they're feeling all the good stuff that you would feel on the first, second, third day of a successful military campaign. And so they're starting to look at other options. Have they clearly come up with a strategy about why they want Greenland and what they want to do once they're there? That, I don't know. But again, if I can go back to what Stephen Miller was talking about, he's quite clear about not just adding more military bases to Greenland. It's about wanting to make, to make it part of the U.S., presumably because of the passage opportunities, because of the more military bases they can have, and also because of access to natural minerals.
Dr. Ellie, you know, Michael just mentioned right there to us that Donald Trump probably feels quite emboldened after the military operation that was carried out in Venezuela. Yep. The Delta forces sort of just captured Maduro, and it seemed to be in and out. But according to reports today, US forces killed 55 Venezuelan and Cuban military personnel in that Maduro raid. So we're getting more and more details of what actually happened. But how threatened should other countries be feeling right now? Because we spoke about Greenland, but there's also Colombia, there's also many other countries that should really think what's going to happen next?
Definitely two dimensions to that answer. Those who are in the Western Hemisphere, part of the national strategy as he presented it, part of the Don Roe doctrine as he presented it. Going back again, it's a tradition with the Monroe Doctrine, with President Monroe, more than 200 years, where the U.S. actually realized that sole U.S. control over all the Western Hemisphere is a prerequisite for an international role of the U.S. And for economic sustainability of the U.S. So I think it's more, even in Greenland somehow, it's more that nobody else should have a foothold, even if it's not direct American control, but definitely not China, definitely not Russia, definitely not Iran or other international groups. So in that sense, any country in the Western Hemisphere, in the North or South America, that could potentially present a foothold for any of the U.S. enemies as Trump presents them is under threat. Specifically Colombia, as you mentioned, specifically Cuba is eyed by his team, and definitely other Central American. We saw how he dealt with the Panama Canal. It's clear for him he doesn't want any foreign powers, any major powers to have a foothold in the U.S. This goes also to another version, which is beyond the Americas. Is he also potentially thinking about overthrowing the Iranian regime, the North Korean regime? All of this is now on the table, yes. It depends on what would be the cost of such an operation and what would be the benefits of it. In Venezuela, as we were discussing before the show, he actually kept the regime there. He changed the president, but the regime is still there. So the cost was extremely minimal, no damage whatsoever, no fatalities among the attackers. Hopefully he will be able, this will be enough to reap all the benefits of that operation. So it would be precision operations, but I think, yeah, they're thinking about so many other countries, and they really are serious about no other powers to have foothold in the Americas.
I still find it absolutely fascinating that they went in and they captured Maduro, but they kept the regime exactly the same. And I think a lot of people are asking questions about that because the opposition did win the election in Venezuela in 2024. We saw the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado. She got the Nobel Peace Prize. Donald Trump appeared to have endorsed her. But then all of a sudden, we see this happen.
She took his Peace Prize, so he cannot endorse her to rule.
I saw one analyst who said that if she had, instead of accepting the Nobel Peace Prize, if she had said, I cannot, this rightly belongs to Donald Trump.
She would be president of Venezuela today.
That's what the analyst had said. I mean, that is how convinced some people are. Because when he, in that Sunday morning press conference, he said that Machado does not have the respect.
But in a way, I get where he's coming from with that in a roundabout way, because he kept the regime the same in Venezuela. But we must remember a lot of those dictatorship regimes are held up by militia and by the military. Definitely. And obviously, the hangover from Maduro still has that military influence and that military support. I think to get Machado in straight away without that military and militia support, then it could have gone into a military coup and been far more deadly. So maybe he's doing it in a way where he's thinking it will be progressive.
So that sounds wonderful, but he not once mentioned democracy and freedom for the Venezuelans in the press conference. So while that makes perfect sense as to why, and I think he could have put forth that argument, but he was more focused on the oil and not trying to hide the truth. He was very blunt about what it is. We're running it, and we're going to send the oil executives from America down there.
But then to run it, you need somebody to be in control and ensure your interests. So
Absolutely.
He could not afford a complete chaos like what happened in Iraq, what happened in Libya, or other places where we had American intervention.
I mean, dictatorships are okay if they're on your side.
Exactly.
And like what I said to Dr. Ellie earlier, something about dictator, and he said, who decides who a dictator is? But everyone who's watching the show can have a think about that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And officials in Switzerland have revealed the ski resort bar where a fire broke out on New Year's Eve hadn't undergone any safety checks for 5 years. 40 people were killed and 116 injured in the tragedy. Police have said 83 do remain in hospital. Today, the mayor of Crans, Montana, also answered a series of questions and apologized for the lack of checks on the venue, but said he would not actually resign. Dr. Ellie, this was just an awful, awful incident that occurred as people were enjoying and celebrating, welcoming a new year. Lessons clearly learned, but do you think this could have been easily avoided when we're now hearing more and more details about it?
Definitely. I mean, we've seen so many incidences like that, especially on New Year Eve, and we know that the people are, hyped up and they are celebrating, maybe having a drink here and there and all of that. This could cause a risk by itself. And potentially, in countries that have less regulations than Switzerland, I would assume that, yes, maybe things are not to the higher international standards, things are not in place, regulations, checkups, and so on. But to see that in Switzerland, either the regulation are loose enough to have such material inside the building and so on, or 5 years without an inspection of a place where celebrations are happening regularly, it's a big shock for me. I didn't expect that. And definitely it's either responsible people in the government that need to be held accountable, resigning definitely, and being more than just resigning, actually held accountable. And definitely the owners of the place should, I think, be criminal accountability and criminal responsibility in that sense. It's 40 lives, 40 young people celebrating that could have been simply avoided by following the proper international standards of what material to use, what kind of celebrations to do, what to avoid, how many people to have there, the exit passage. It's all basic international standards now, and we can rely on that to secure the people and to have a better functioning facility.
And Swiss prosecutors have placed the two bar managers under criminal investigation, which local media have named the couple as Jack and Jessica Moretti. They haven't spoken out, but I did, before I came on air, see a statement that they have said that they are devastated by the incident that did occur on New Year's Eve. But let's talk a little bit more about regulation, because we know some of the people in that bar were extremely young. The youngest victim was actually 14 years old, and the mayor has spoken out today, but also said he's going to ban the use of indoor sparklers, because that's something that would have ignited the fire. Are we likely to see this now rolled out in more and more establishments?
That specific regulation of banning sparklers, yes, I would think that that's probably going to become standard practice in Switzerland establishments, not just in that one particular town. But I also think that, to your point earlier, when these tragedies happen, there are usually so many sweeping changes. They start looking at why the fire happened, why there wasn't an inspection for 5 years. The city gets revamped. Sometimes mayoral candidates, mayors have to resign. Other government leaders are maybe prosecuted as well. There are big changes that usually come about as a result of a tragedy like this. So although the drinking age in that particular town was quite young, that could change. Certainly the sparklers, that's an easy one. I'm sure that there will be more establishments and bars that are closed for various regulations. And you'll probably end up with some owners who can't afford the renovations, and so they'll close. It's going to be an ongoing process for years because, as you said, when 40 people are killed and then you have more than 80 who are badly injured, burned, it's going to be something that lasts for at least a generation or two in that particular town. It's going to remain in the forefront of their minds. They're going to want to make sure that that never happens again.
And that's a country that relies so heavily on tourism, especially the ski season and so on. So they definitely need to reassure the people around the world that they are a safe place to be, as simple as that. They cannot afford not to.
And, a lot of the chalets and establishments in those areas, they're not new.
Exactly.
And so if So they had soundproofing on the ceiling, and they think that that might have been one of the issues that sort of acted almost as an accelerant with the sparklers when they touched the ceiling. They may have to refigure how small an area people are allowed in. They may have to add a lot more exits. They may have to make sure that stairwells are wider. And it may be an entire revamping of a community.
And like you did say that it was such a tragic incident. The day that it happened, I spoke to a reporter on the ground outside where the fire had taken place. And what she said to me is just everyone in this community knew someone there. So it's had such a rippling effect on Switzerland itself, but on the small community in the ski resort, and especially at a time of the year when everyone goes home to visit their families.
Yeah.
So it's a really tragic scenario, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting Ukraine's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, and other key allies in Paris today in a bid to agree security guarantees for Kyiv in the event of a ceasefire with Russia. Heads of state and top officials from more than 30 countries are meeting alongside U.S. mediators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Zelensky met Trump recently and said his plan to end the war with Russia was about 90% agreed. We've been here before, haven't we, Michael? Are we any further forward? But before you answer that, before we sat down, we got a news line that came out saying the UK and France have signed a declaration to send forces to Ukraine in the event of a peace deal. So something has emerged from the coalition of the willing conversation.
So I think it's a baby step approach. Now, if we recall correctly, this was actually supposed to be done by Thanksgiving. And even if we go by the American Thanksgiving and not the Canadian one, that is about 6 weeks ago. So we are moving ahead at a much slower pace than I think anybody wanted. I can't believe that we're almost about to enter the 5th year of this war. But there are still real fears because what this deal does, it's a deal between Ukraine and its allies. It still has to be presented to Russia. And I don't know that Russia, after what they saw the United States do, is necessarily going to feel inspired to sign something that they don't 100% want. So if there is something that President Zelensky is comfortable with, I can't imagine that President Putin is going to be comfortable with it. And that means that we could end up having wasted these almost 2 months of negotiating amongst friends when we haven't even presented it to the aggressor in this case.
And that is a very good point, but some people would argue as long as diplomatic channels were open and people were talking, a resolution is somewhat closer than it was if no one was having a chat with each other.
There's an Arab joke, probably Lebanese joke, that says, me and my family have agreed on the marriage. We're just waiting on the bride and her parents. So even if France and the UK agreed to send, okay, who cares? We need to see what will Putin say about it. Will this be included in a deal? And the Putin who refused Ukraine joining NATO, why would he accept French and UK troops there? The intentions are good, the declaration are good, the support for Ukraine, I understand that, the security guarantees we've been talking about, but then this is just talk. I don't think it's going to make it to the agreement itself, or it's going to be, as Michael was saying, based on Putin's terms, not based on European terms, unfortunately.
And what I find fascinating is Zelensky said, right, we're about 90% to a deal, but the 10% is the things that no one can agree on. It is these who's going to have boots on the ground. So, like you say, okay, UK and France will have boots on the ground. Russia doesn't agree to it. So the 10% is the main sticking point. So we might be 90% there, but we still seem a way off the 100%, don't we? I just find everything so fascinating at the moment because we mentioned Venezuela, and I don't know what you make of this to Dr. Ellie, but it seems like Donald Trump, his interests have changed because he was really pushing to try and get a deal when it came to Ukraine and Russia. But has his interest changed now?
The interest, I don't think so. He had a reality check in his dealing with Putin. I think he, as we all know, he promised peace from the day one of his administration. That appeared very clearly to be very elusive. And then his dealing with Putin one time after the other, we saw Trump coming closer to Putin's position more and more, and then get shocked by that, even by giving Putin almost everything that he asked for, Putin was still not willing to sign a peace agreement. So Trump, I think, adjusted and understood that a deal needs to be balanced and the deal needs to be forced, kind of, or pressured, because Putin will not come to a negotiation table, will not sign unless he feels the pressure, which so far he does not feel because of that American position that was too easy for him. We have to remember and remind ourselves, and we've mentioned regularly on this show, that the issue of returning lands is almost out of the question now. Yeah. The issue of Ukraine joining NATO is out of the question. The issue of Zelensky continuing in power is out of question. So many things. The resources, we already have the American-Ukrainian deal of exploiting the resources and sharing them. The issue of freezing and using the Russian money in Europe. All of these have been done, all of these have been discussed, all of these have been agreed on in favor of Putin. So why would he compromise on the remaining 10%? This is, I think, is a big issue that will not make me very optimistic that the 10%, as you said, are easy to solve, unless Putin really feels an international pressure, American pressure specifically, to force him into that deal.
It's absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Because we talk about it, and we talk about the coalition of the willing, and we always laugh at the coalition of the talking. But at the end of the day, like you say, without US putting pressure on Russia, we're never going to get to the table. And without the US also siding with Ukraine and making sure that they're safe, that's never going to come to fruition either, because the Europeans clearly can't do it on their own. So right now the US is just the center of the universe.
No, as if now we're just, as we said, maybe trying to see what can we tell Ukraine to feel comfortable enough to swallow a very bad deal.
Yeah.
So it's just reassurance, it's just talk, as you said, to try to reassure the Ukrainians that they did not lose the war, or to save face, as we say, in negotiations. But nothing more than that at this stage.
I think one of the questions is, a lot of people will be asking this, and, you know, the social media has been blowing up since the capture of Maduro, and I think people are like, why didn't Putin just steal Zelensky? It would have been much easier. It wouldn't have been in the fifth year.
You know, every once in a while there are government leaders that, or their advisors, they think outside the box. And this was, I think, you know, Marco Rubio has said that this is just a legal issue, right? Essentially, it was a raid. We were capturing a man and bringing him into the United States.
With his wife.
With his wife, where there are legal court proceedings to be held as a result of him then being in American custody. So the fact that it was a massive military operation is actually not true in their mind. And I think that I heard one Russian analyst talking about how Putin must be thinking, if only I had just gone in over a weekend and captured or tried to capture President Zelensky, or shot down his plane. I could have probably intimidated another leader or two to run who were friendly towards Russia. Yeah. And he could have very easily saved how many millions of lives, as well, or hundreds of thousands of lives at least, as well as how much money. And he wouldn't have been the pariah that he is on the international stage. I mean, Russia has shot down planes before, passenger planes no less. So there could be an oops factor that's involved. And I also think that it'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward. How many governments around the world are now inspired by what Donald Trump has done?
But the question, why didn't Putin do it?
I don't know that he necessarily thought about it.
Or did he have the military might to do it? Because, you know, we've got to think about this. We've spoken about it, but the theatrics around all of this have been pretty incredible. And the fact that we said the US forces went in There were no injuries at all. They got out there and they got what they wanted. I don't know if any other countries would really be able
Trump
to.
said we're the only army in the world that can do such an operation.
And I believe him.
And in answer to your earlier question, I just realized that I think we were all shocked 3 weeks into the war that Ukraine had still been able to withhold or hold off
and
Russian
remember,
advances.
He pushed towards Kiev from Belarus in the first weeks, and he was, I think, attempting to do that. But again, I don't think he had the military capability to do it. Shooting a plane, definitely, that's another different question, but it would have been seen in a different way. But yeah, thinking outside the box, that's a very nice way of putting it, a diplomatic way of putting it.
Getting creative.
I wonder, how many leaders will be inspired by this and doing this to other countries.
Well, we'll wait and see, but I think no one would have the surprise element that we all woke up to after that happened.
I think personal bodyguards will be on high alert now around the world.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can't believe that his weren't, though, because Donald Trump said we're going to take, he warned about this, and it blows my mind. Anyway, we've got to move on from this conversation. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And South Korea is hoping for a new phase of relations with China after leaders from the two countries met in Beijing this week. It was Korean President Lee Jae-myung's second meeting with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping in 2 months. So this is being called a new phase in international ties. How significant is actually this meeting between Xi and Lee? Because things have been a little bit tricky between the countries.
Definitely, historically and recently, in every aspect. But I think we need to look at this from two different perspectives. The first perspective is, in today's world, in the new phase that we are talking about, I don't think any country can afford to have an aggressive, combative relationship with China, simply due to its geographic, regional, but also economic, international statute, that it has influence on international economy. It has ability to expose its regional influence to regional countries around it, and so on. Especially countries that are neighboring to China, especially countries that are in direct contact with China, they cannot afford to have a negative relationship. So a smart leader who wants his country to avoid any repercussions, any confrontation, would definitely try to find some middle ground with China in that sense. The other version of that same coin is that many countries around the world feel that they can no longer rely on American support and they can no longer depend on American protection, as it was the case a few years back, especially with President Trump, but also beyond this in general, with America moving closer, or the USA moving closer towards isolationism and focusing on internal affairs. So I think it's a smart move by the Korean Prime Minister. And again, aside from the North Korea issue, there's all positives to gain from this relationship, as long as the North Korean issue is under control.
And it's really interesting because I do believe that China is South Korea's largest trading partner with significant trade volume. So economically, it would suit both of the countries too. And maybe Donald Trump is becoming the most unreliable boyfriend that many countries are facing at the moment. But Michael, we spoke about the US-Venezuela situation earlier. Could this now pave the way for China to basically be like, we can claim Taiwan? There's no reason why we should hold back now.
Well, thinking outside the box, why shouldn't the Chinese go after the president of Taiwan and bring him back?
Under pretext of illegal control of elections. Or
I'm sure that they can come up with some legal pretext and bring him to Beijing to stand trial.
Yeah.
And I think that is... Look, this is not the first time that the United States has gone into a Latin American country and done whatever they want to do. But it has set... I mean, the last time they did this was, I believe, 89.
Panama.
Yes,
Yep.
Manuel Noriega. So this, however, is an incredibly bold move by the United States. And I wonder what other countries around the world, as I said earlier, would be inspired to do something as drastic and as creative as what the United States did. When you're not going to respect international law, I think that you are opening yourselves up to criticism, but you're also then making others are seeing that the playing rules might not apply to everybody. And if we can manipulate the language in such a way that we feel we are doing something that kind of sort of plays within the rules that maybe we have set, it might inspire other countries, China, looking at Taiwan. It might not be, as I said, to kidnap the president of Taiwan, but they might see things a little bit differently. And maybe they think about moving military ships into waters that are not neutral or international. They might be thinking about what can we do maybe to provoke others, but not really provoke. And it creates an incredible opportunity for the Chinese to sort of say, let's put all our cards on the table amongst ourselves and let's see what sort of brainstorming ideas can we come up with.
They did invent islands to change international border in the South China Sea, so they are already on the thinking outside the box trend there. So
I would also, I would also add that 6 months ago, China had that massive military parade, and analysts would say that that was for a reason.
And that put the US military to shame. Do you remember Donald Trump then started going after the fat troops and making sure they lost weight? Because remember, China just had such a precise military operation that was happening. I do find it interesting, though, the more we talk about this conversation, because I've got a slightly different point of view. I think China's going to hang back a little bit, and I think China's working on where the US has left, especially US aid, and is starting to become more protectionist and look in. I think China's going to start gaining soft power across the world slowly, and I think China is going to bide its time, and I think before we know it, they're going to have a lot of soft power and influence around the world where the US was once.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I would say, and you know this better than I do, but what the inroads they've made in Africa are no longer just inroads.
No.
Ports, roads, airports, everything.
Establishment, and that's rare earth minerals, so the conversation does, of course, continue.
Yeah, I think simply that China is not at this stage interested in being, a world superpower and running the world or world policeman. They're simply doing exactly as you said. They're expanding their influence in different ways and different kinds. And you don't need to poke the bear. You don't need to confront the US. There's still a lot of interconnections and mutual benefits in that sense. As long as the two countries don't feel the need to clash, I don't think they would in any time soon. And China is happy with the way things are going, I think.
Yeah, no, I would pretty much agree with that. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Michael and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Of course, it's 2026, it's New Year's resolution, new year, new me, carry on. And ice cream could be the answer to this.
It could indeed. As everybody's making that New Year's resolution to cut out sweets and to eat healthier, we have a book that's come out, and it's titled Eat Your Ice Cream. Now, the oncologist who wrote it is...
That's reassuring.
We never stopped.
The oncologist who wrote it believes that there are too many books that are almost obsessive about what it is that we need to do to remain disciplined, to physically live longer lives. What he's talking about is trying to lean into some of those more mentally rewarding and happier moments. And he believes that eating ice cream in particular, which is the title of the book, one of those ways where people will come together, socialize, which makes you happier. And he also talks about, obviously, people will feel happier eating ice cream. Now, I think people do feel happier when they eat ice cream, but I don't think they feel happier after they've eaten ice cream.
That's what I was just thinking, because I was thinking, one, I eat ice cream on my own, so no one knows I'm eating ice cream and how much ice cream I'm eating. And then I would then think, oh my gosh, now I've got to spend like 3 days in the gym and like 4 hours on the treadmill, and it just sent my mind wild.
And there's some self-loathing there, if you're like me, after I've eaten a massive amount of ice cream, because I'm not eating something that's small.
Yeah.
I'm going to go in there and I'm going to spend some
time. The guilt trip, guys, come on, the guilt trip. This guy is trying to liberate us from this. I'm all for it. First, I do think that eating ice cream is a social activity more than a personal one, at least for me. And in that sense, I have absolutely no guilt after eating ice cream. Maybe after eating other fatty stuff, but never after ice cream. I enjoy it. I will live longer. Here we go.
Well, that's what he thinks. He thinks because of the cognitive benefits to being more socially outgoing and stimulated, your mind will certainly be healthier longer, and that in turn will mean that you are going to be more aware. He talks about the benefits to sleep and to exercise, of course. Sure. But he also, and there's a little bit of a clickbaity aspect to the headline of the title of the book, of course. But I disagree with you for myself as well as for you, Leigh Ann. Eating ice cream is a solitary endeavor that I take very seriously. I would not want anyone to watch as I do that.
Neither would I. I would be absolutely mortified if someone actually had to witness. And sometimes it's nice if you put that ice cream in the microwave slightly so it gets a little bit... Anyway, moving on. We've got other things to discuss. Dr. Ellie, and yours is all about Denmark's postal service. And I find this story really sad. It's come to an end.
It is sad, but again, this is how we are moving. This is how humanity is developing. The Danish government have realized that the postal service is not being used anymore. And comparing 2000 with 2004, we have a drop of 90% of people using the postal service. So it became too costly for the government's spending and expenses. They decided to close it down. And it started in 1912, and now it is closing completely, and there will be no ability for people to send letters in Denmark. There will be no mail posts in the streets. There will be very specific services in very specific government buildings where you can actually send something, and definitely the delivery services, which we all live on now, is functioning in that way, that you could also use to send flowers instead of the person you wanted to send a letter to, or whatever. And I think, ice cream, here you go. And I think also they've made the nice way of ending it by taking all these small post boxes and actually selling them as souvenirs. So the people are keeping it, they're using it as decoration, as memorabilia, and so on. So it's a story that tells us how things are changing in our life and how governments need to adapt. Maybe sad for some people who love the pen and who love to read the letter, but again, how many of those are there? And is it enough to have a whole establishment for it? Sorry, Leigh Ann.
I know we're moving on. I know we're moving on in the world. But, it's one of those things, I don't know, when we look at stuff like this, it's kind of the history of what we were used to as children. I used to write to my grandparents and they would write to me. We lived in different countries. I went to boarding school. I'd write to my parents and they would write to me. And it was just such a nice thing. And now it's all just tech-based and everything just seems so quick. When did you last get a letter? Can you even remember?
I was in Europe over Christmas. My daughter gave me a handwritten card, but she didn't mail it. She handed it to me.
That's fine.
And that's nice, yes. But I remember, I was born in the mid-'60s. I can remember buying stamps, 2-cent stamps, licking them, putting them on the envelope, and then it was a big deal.
Late 90s, I think we still...
Yeah, I was still doing stamps, yeah.
But I grew up with that, and I remember my wife, when we first started to date, she was living in a different country, and, phone calls were far too expensive, so it was cursive written, letters, reams and mixtapes and all that stuff. And now I think there's a generation that will never know any of that.
And never know how great a mixtape is and how long they actually take to make.
Yes.
The mixtape is a whole, other scenario, but it just makes me feel a bit sad.
What about typewriters?
My mum had one. I had moved on, actually. I think we had a computer by the time
I remember typewriters when I've gone back to look at them, how much pressure was required to hit a key. Now, of course, we don't understand. But back then, and so when my mom, who was the secretary, was able to type, there was some power behind some of this.
I guess eventually the key part in all of this is how to keep the human connection, although all our communication is being different and all our ways of doing things is different. Just remember to keep that human connection, and sending cards over Christmas or exchanging things that are written or handmade. This is a beautiful way of keeping that.
Having said all of that, I do, because my kids live in a different country now, I do value Zoom. To be able to see their faces when we're communicating, it's, as a parent, it's so reassuring.
Definitely.
Well, thank you so much for the human connection this evening. It was great to have both of you back on the show with me. And thanks to our guest, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and Chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you in-depth discussion with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on our program today, we'll have more on the situation in Venezuela, where Maduro's number 2 appears to have filled his shoes and appears to be cooperating with the Trump administration. We ask, how skillfully has she played her cards? Plus, as Israel's foreign minister visits Somaliland, we examine what he and his country are seeking to achieve in this breakaway region of Somalia. We'll also have the latest on the situation in Lebanon, where Israeli strikes on the south of the country continue. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with continuing our coverage on Venezuela, and the opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has praised the capture of President Nicolas Maduro, calling it a major step for humanity. While speaking to Fox News hours after Maduro appeared in a New York court, Machado said she was grateful for the actions taken by the US President Donald Trump.
As soon as I learned that awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, I dedicated to President Trump because I believed at that point that he deserved it. I think he has proven to the world what he means. I mean, January 3rd will go down in history as the day justice defeated a tyranny. It's a milestone, and it's not only huge for the Venezuelan people and our future, I think it's a huge step for humanity, for freedom and human dignity.
Meanwhile, photos and videos posted by Venezuela's interior minister show armed police deployed across Caracas as he toured the capital on Monday night to oversee security. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Peter Roff, who is a journalist and contributing editor at Newsweek, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Peter, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. So it looks like Delcy Rodriguez has filled Nicolas Maduro's shoes for now. Do you see the Trump administration working effectively with her?
I don't over the long term, because I think Rodriguez is the mini-me version of Maduro. To the extent she's been cooperative, I think it's been a matter of survival rather than a commitment to what's best for the Venezuelan people. And over time, I think there will be conflict between what President Trump thinks the future of Venezuela is and what acting President Rodriguez thinks. That will create a split that will ultimately see a shift in power towards Gonzalez and Machado, the leaders of the opposition.
Right, and we've heard from the Nobel Peace Prize winner you mentioned there, Maria Corina Machado. She says she's going to go home as quickly as possible, and she's really down on Rodriguez, calling her one of the main architects of torture, persecution, corruption, narco-trafficking. I mean, President Trump is in a situation where he has to take sides here. Is he going to be listening to Rodriguez, or is he going to listen to Machado? What do you think?
Well, I don't agree that he's in a position where he has to take sides. I think he believes that whoever wants to end up the ruling in authority in Venezuela has to take sides with him. And so in that sense, it's the choice of Rodriguez, it's the choice of Gonzalez. It's not Trump's choice. Trump is going to work with whoever wants to build a Venezuela that looks like the Venezuela Trump thinks should be. America first, his foreign policy regime, his foreign policy theory is very much unilateralist. It is America first in every sense. What's in the best interests of America, what America thinks ought to be done. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's what the president thinks. And so whichever political movement wants to work with Trump to make Venezuela or remake Venezuela, or to coin a phrase, make Venezuela great again, are the ones that Trump is going to end up working with.
Right, and we've heard from Rodrigo. She's talked about Maduro's, quote, kidnapping, and she's called for his return. Do you think she's saying that just to, obviously she's trying to play her cards as skillfully as she can. Is she perhaps saying that to avoid internal reprisals? Would that be your interpretation?
I think she's saying that to avoid falling out of a window or ending up in a car accident or a plane crash. Maduro kept power because he associated himself with people who did very unnice things. And Rodriguez has to pacify those people if she wants not just to stay in power, but stay alive. To the extent that she is mouthing the pro-Maduro line, again, I think it's a matter of her calculation that her personal survival depends on.
Right.
That's going to make it very difficult for her to work with President Trump.
Sure. And I mean, this isn't the United States running Venezuela, is it? That's not quite how people imagined things would turn out when we heard that press conference on Saturday from the president and the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I mean, this is really remnants of the old regime.
That's very much how people. I think that's very much how people in the United States interpreted that press conference. That while we don't know what he thinks about how long it will go, that for the moment, the key decisions in Venezuela about Venezuela are being made in Washington by the United States, by Donald Trump, by Marco Rubio, by American policymakers. I think that's how the American people very much interpreted what he had to say Saturday morning.
So working with the remnants of Maduro's architecture, so to speak, and his number two taking the top spot. I mean, is that calculation based on the fact that full-on regime change would be too time-consuming, too risky?
I think it's based on the calculation that they're going to work with who's there, which is, I think, a mistake that the Bush administration made in Iraq. Paul Bremer, who oversaw the reconstruction of Iraq, behaved as though he were MacArthur in Japan, but forgot the key thing that MacArthur did, which was to leave the emperor in power, so that everything that he did would have the emperor's imprimatur and would be embraced by the Japanese people. The Bremer approach was to remove completely from power anyone who had been associated with Hussein's regime, which meant with Saddam's regime, which meant that there weren't people to keep the lights on or keep the oil flowing and the mail delivered or police the streets. Trump is not going to make that mistake. And so leaving Rodriguez in charge for the moment keeps the lights on, gets the mail delivered, keeps the hospitals open. If she refuses to cooperate with Trump's effort to make Venezuela great again, I suspect that she will be replaced, probably by the National Assembly.
And just tell us, Peter, how is all of this going down in the United States? I mean, there's been a couple of days to digest those pretty dramatic events of Saturday overnight into the early hours of the morning. Is there anger, or is there even anger within the ranks of the Republican Party that perhaps here we are with President Trump getting the United States involved in another foreign situation when, in fact, you know, he suggested he wouldn't be doing that kind of thing? What's been the reaction?
Well, the most important reaction, I think, comes from the Venezuelan people who fled here during the years that Chavez and Maduro were in power, and they're dancing in the streets. They seem very happy, and I suspect that some of them are thinking about how to get home, to get back to their families and their businesses and the property that they had to abandon. The Democrats are almost reflexively opposed to what President Trump has done in Venezuela, as they are most reflexively opposed to anything Trump does in Venezuela. If it's raining and Trump takes an umbrella, they think that other people should walk around and get wet, because Trump is using an umbrella, and that's obviously the wrong thing to do. There is some division in the Republican Party, but not on any level that matters. Out among the president's base, there are people who think that America first means isolationism. It means no U.S. military commitments at all, anywhere. And even though there are no boots on the ground, at least at the moment in Venezuela, they are opposed to that. But I think most of Trump's supporters are applauding his strong, decisive leadership to make real change in Venezuela, because it is important to America's interests. I'll give the president credit. He has done a much better job of explaining what the America First case for engagement in Venezuela is than he has the America First case for Gaza, or the America First case for Ukraine, or the America First case for some of the other international conflicts that he says he's settled. I believe he claims the number is now 8.5. And he hasn't really talked about that much. He hasn't really explained why that's consistent with America First.
Sure. And just lastly, I mean, one of the other developments is, of course, the court case, which sort of got started yesterday in New York. Maduro appeared in court, pleaded not guilty. I'm just wondering, how do you see the whole legal process unfolding? And do you think there is going to be some concrete evidence, and maybe even some smoking gun evidence that implicates Maduro?
Well, I could make a joke and say he's going to get a fair trial before he's convicted. But I do think that if the criminal case against Maduro were not airtight, the United States would not have taken the extreme steps that they took to arrest him. And so I anticipate that he will have every opportunity to make a defense. I think that there may be points that he wins on, but ultimately, I think that the criminal case is probably airtight, and that he is like the former Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega, that Maduro and his wife are looking forward to being long-term guests of the U.S. taxpayer at a federal correctional facility to be determined by the U.S. Bureau of Prisons.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing your analysis with us. Peter Roth, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Carla Sands, former U.S. ambassador under President Trump, who served in Denmark. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, Ambassador. This is going to be a very quick discussion, but I mean, I just wanted to ask you first up, as those events unfolded in the early hours of Saturday morning in Venezuela, did you immediately turn your mind to other countries in the world that might perhaps be on notice? And I'm thinking in particular of Greenland.
You know, Tom, I didn't. I was so shocked at how amazing the U.S. military was to execute this and not lose a man. It was extraordinary. The precision, the organization, General Kane and Secretary Hegseth, I've never seen this kind of leadership, I think, in the U.S. in the last decades. And the fact that it was just an extraction, wasn't a war, and he was not a legitimate leader. Let's not forget that President Biden, he recognized the winner of the election in 2024, and he removed his immunity. So he was a criminal, a wanted criminal, with, at that time, a $50 million bounty on his head because he was a known narco terrorist. And he was wanted by the U.S. And so President Trump looks at this as a law enforcement action.
Okay, well, I mean, the wife of Stephen Miller seemed to join the dots very quickly by posting that message on Twitter with the U.S. flag pasted across Greenland's territory. And she said the word soon. Do you think that will happen soon?
Tom, I saw that. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm sure the Prime Minister of Denmark was just like, what am I going to do? It was a big surprise to see that. And, she is right there in the room with Stephen, who is one of President Trump's trusted advisors. So, I don't know what they are planning in the immediate future. I do know that President Trump has appointed Governor Landry as the special envoy for Greenland, and his stated purpose is to make Greenland part of the United States. So there hasn't even been a discussion with the Greenlanders what it would take to have them join in some kind of an association where they do have their wanted independence, but they're also secure and more prosperous, which they really want.
I mean, the Prime Minister of Denmark seems to be suggesting that seizing Greenland would spell the end of NATO. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm not sure what President Trump has in mind, but I haven't seen him seize countries. But I do know that he's a master negotiator and that he understands that people want prosperity. And the Greenlanders have been, I would say, candidly poorly served by Denmark. They're an afterthought. The Danes don't think about them. They haven't bothered to develop them. They can't afford to defend Greenland. And so they just get some welfare payments every year and sort of left up there in the high north where it's a little chilly. I think that there are probably better opportunities for the Greenlanders as offers are presented. And we certainly want to make sure that they are part of the West and not taken over by an adversary, which wouldn't be that hard under the leadership of Denmark.
So you're saying you don't think it's likely that force would be used to gain control of Greenland by the United States?
Well, I don't speak for President Trump, and he said he's not taking anything off the table. So I'm not going to say that, but I will just say that he is a great negotiator. And I think that it will get to a good place and a secure place at some point during his administration. And I feel bad for the Danes, but it's like when you own an asset you can't afford to own, so you don't maintain it, you don't secure it, and it deteriorates. Well, that's kind of what has happened in beautiful Greenland. And so there's probably more opportunity for the Greenlanders in the future. And we want to make sure they're part of the West. And they told me to my face, money has no color. We don't care where the investment comes from. And their leaders have publicly stated in the past few months, look, if the U.S. doesn't invest in our, infrastructure and in our mining, we're going to be looking to China.
Okay, well, Europe doesn't seem to like the look of this situation. 6 European nations have issued a statement. They said Greenland belongs to its people, and only Denmark and Greenland can decide on what happens with regards to their future, or words to that effect. I mean, are we looking here at a growing split between the United States and Europe? And as an extension of that question, I mean, I can only imagine how delighted President Putin must be looking at all of this.
Well, first of all, I think that the strongly worded statements by the Europeans are not very important. They don't have any teeth at all in them. And I think Putin watched what happened in Venezuela. And I think that the move in Venezuela by President Trump is actually a tactical move regarding the Ukraine-Russia war. So this will hasten the end of the Ukraine-Russian war. I think every despot watched that action and the unbelievable capability of the American military and said, okay, we're on notice. Okay, what are we going to do if something like this happens? And I think it gave him pause, certainly, and the other countries that are being run by illegitimate leaders or bad actors. And we know who they are, right? The ones that are funding terrorism, the ones that are spreading evil around the world. And certainly Iran is one. I'm sure that the mullahs are looking at what happened. Their people are in the streets. They've been badly served. There's no money going into their infrastructure. Almost half the people have no fresh water because the mullahs have been draining the coffers to enrich themselves and to build up to fund terrorism, whether it's Hamas or Houthis, Hezbollah. They have terrorist training camps right in Venezuela. So bad things were happening in our hemisphere. President Trump is getting the entire, I would say, the entire bad actor world into a better place because of his actions, his strong command, and his clear speaking. He's telling them what he's going to do, and then he does it. So I think the end of the Russia-Ukraine war will be sooner because of what he did in Venezuela. I'm encouraged.
Okay, Ambassador Sands, it looks like 2026 is off to a very eventful start, and I hope the first of our conversations this year will not be the last. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks.
Now we turn our eye to the Middle East, and the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun has condemned Israel's latest strikes on his country, warning that they risk further escalation. Well, his comments came after Israel carried out strikes in southern and eastern Lebanon, saying that they were targeting Hezbollah and Hamas positions. Well, Israel has also questioned the Lebanese military's effectiveness and accused Hezbollah of rearming. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Ahmad Salameh, who is a senior Middle East policy advisor and professor of political science and international affairs at the Lebanese American University. He joins us from Beirut. Dr. Salameh, let me just start by asking you about these what have become almost daily airstrikes on Lebanon by Israel. President Joseph Aoun has today been condemning Israel for these strikes on his country. But isn't there an argument that Israel is actually helping him to do the job that the Trump administration has asked him to do, namely disarming Hezbollah?
Absolutely. I mean, the Lebanese government has taken its own course in terms of disarming all non-state armed groups in the country. It has been taken the decision when the President Joseph Aoun announced this in his inauguration speech for president, and then government of Nawaf Salam decided also that no other armed groups are allowed beside the Lebanese army. So there has been a government consensus to disarm all groups and maintain Lebanese government as the sole monopoly of arms in its hands and its own security forces. So in that sense, the Lebanese government is taking its own way to disarm parties, Palestinians, and Hezbollah as well. At the same time, Israel is taking initiating military pressure against Hezbollah, bombarding all its military infrastructures, assassinating all its military leadership, and trying to the extent it can to undermine all supply lines coming to Hezbollah, particularly from Syria. Along that same pressure on Hezbollah to disarm, there is what is called the mechanism, which is a committee established after the agreement to end hostilities between Lebanon and Israel last year, and it meant to lead the efforts to to make sure that Hezbollah is not being, militarizing itself again, nor it is maintaining its activity south of the Litani River or in other areas in the country. And this committee is made out of the United States, France, Israel, and the Lebanese government. And lately, the Lebanese government also included part of that mechanism committee, a political official is Simon Karam. So, and this committee is working on disarming Hezbollah. So there are many areas or many places where the disarmament of Hezbollah is coming from. And yet the party is reluctant to disarm. It feels that disarmament should be conditioned upon the withdrawal of Israel from the areas it has occupied, and for Israel to stop its activities, particularly in violations of the end of hostility agreement in 1701, where Israel continues to attack and assassinate its members. So it calls for Israel commitment to withdrawal and to end its hostility for the party to disarm. That's if it really accepts it so. But till now, it's reluctant. It's putting pressure, increasing pressure on a government not to accept Israeli and American or the mechanism committee's conditions and to maintain its operations in the country.
Right. And of course, there's a timeline here as well, isn't there? And by the end of 2025, disarmament south of the Litani River was supposed to be completed. Then presumably the focus moves to north of the Litani River. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you can correct me there. But what happens if the United States runs out of patience with Lebanon and they don't think that enough is being done to meet the requested time frame?
I mean, of course, Israel, to begin with, is non-satisfied with the activities that the Lebanese army has been conducting south of the Litani River, where it claims to have completed its activities to disarm the party from that area by the end of last year. So starting 2026, the Lebanese army is supposed to start disarmament in the areas north of the Litani River and south of the Awali River, or, this is very close to the town of Saida. Pretty much the disarmament of Hezbollah in phase 2 should be done throughout all of the south of Lebanon, and then move on to phase 3 and 4 and so forth as a gradual attempts by the Lebanese government to disarm the party. Still, Israel is not satisfied. It considers what the army has done so far is short from disarming the parties, and therefore it continues to attack south and north of the Litani River. And, it is really difficult to verify what the Lebanese army has completed thus far, and whether these Israeli claims are legitimate and correct, because the mechanism is really made out of, it's dominated by the Americans and by the Israelis, and they have challenges verifying whether Hezbollah has been completely disarmed south of the Litani River and phase 1 has been achieved. So there is a continuous pressure, and helping Israel is the claims or the statements made by Hezbollah leadership by saying that they are not willing to disarm. So they're verifying what Israel is claiming in a way. They're not being disarmed. And this is giving Israel additional justification to say, look, the party, Hezbollah, is saying that they're not willing to disarm. So how can we stop our military operation in the country? So this is the dilemma. And of course, the Americans so far are not really trying to constrain Israel in any way. In fact, after Netanyahu's visit to Washington this year, he spent New Year in Washington.
Yeah, indeed. And You mentioned there the Hezbollah leadership, Naim Qassem, who says that by disarming Hezbollah, essentially he says that President Aoun is doing Israel's dirty work for them. But I wonder what the Lebanese people think. I mean, how popular is Hezbollah right now?
Of course, the popularity of Hezbollah has declined tremendously throughout Lebanon, given the fact that it has received a major military blow, and its engagement with the Israeli on the border for supporting Gaza has proven to be futile and very costly to the Lebanese economy, the Lebanese stability, and the entire population as a whole. So the popularity of Hezbollah is on a decline. Its former allies, like the Free Patriotic Movement on the Christian side, or many Sunni politicians who used to back Hezbollah, like Karami in the north, they're no longer making any supporting statements anymore, and they are backing off from supporting the party. The party now is under tremendous constraints. It has no longer the ability to finance itself the way it used to do before, when the Syrian government of Bashar al-Assad was present in Syria, and it has tremendous ability to supply itself via military or financial means, nor is it able any longer to really demonstrate its ability to confront Israel in any ways. In fact, they have lost more than 300 members, including their military leadership in the past year, without being able to retaliate. So their position is really weak. They are not, the support, the public support to the party is on a decline. Yet what remains of the support is primarily a Shia support of the sectarian support, because the Shia right now feel a bit threatened that not only there is an Israeli aggressions coming from the south and targeting their towns and villages, but there's also a fear that if they got disarmed and Hezbollah no longer present and relevant to them, then there could be another overwhelming political and even military threat to them on Bekaa area adjacent to the Syrian borders, given that the current Sharia government and most of the opposition group that were able to topple Bashar al-Assad, they fought viciously against Hezbollah, and they considered that Hezbollah was responsible also to the preservation of the Assad regime in the past. So therefore, the Shia now in Lebanon fear retaliation coming from the Syrian borders, and therefore they have not yet given their confidence in the Lebanese army and security forces to protect them. They remain hesitant to give up their arms or to give up support to Hezbollah. They also look at Syrian Druze and they see what's happening in Suwaida and elsewhere where minorities are being attacked. So they play this kind of fear, Hezbollah from one side, and suggesting that once the Shia are disarmed, they can become extremely vulnerable by all different groups, as well as that of Israel. So the support to Hezbollah is maintained to some extent among the Shia for now, but it is definitely on a decline.
Okay.
It has proven to be not so effective in protecting them vis-a-vis Israel, and for being a reason why they had this animosity building up between them and the Sunnis and different parts of the Arab world.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Salemi, I mean, it's obviously, as you're saying there, it's been a very eventful 14, 15 months for Hezbollah and indeed by extension for Syria and Iran. Just briefly, the Iranian foreign minister is due to visit Beirut this weekend, I gather. I'm just wondering what sort of a welcome he'll get there and what you think he's aiming to achieve by visiting right now.
You know, our foreign minister was asked if he would go to Tehran to meet the foreign minister of Iran there, and he refused, and he called for the Iranians to meet with him in a neutral country. And by those statements, our foreign minister suggested that Iran is a hostile country, if you will, to Lebanon and to Lebanese interests by supporting non-state armed groups and by defying what the Lebanese government has requested, that Iran will deal with Lebanon from as a state to state rather than with a non-state armed group, or by dealing with Lebanon from a sectarian perspective. So the Lebanese as a whole do not welcome, if you will, this visit. They're not so geared up to receive an Iranian foreign minister where Iran already is being, by its own population, being resented, and there are much of protest there. So, and this visit may even fuel tensions between Lebanon and Israel from one side, and maybe undermine the efforts being made by the United States to bring about a settlement and peace agreement between Lebanon and Israel. So to a large extent, the Lebanese will not be so welcoming to that visit. Nonetheless, the Shia community in particular, who has felt the pressure of the latest military confrontation with Israel, with many towns have been destroyed, with many people being killed and injured, and in desperate need for financial support, they may find the Iranian visit a way to request more financial backing from Iran. But that's something that sounds to be not so assured any longer, given the fact that Iran is dealing with own problems and with own economic deteriorations and conditions. So it is, overall, I don't think the visit will be so much welcomed by the Lebanese as a whole, but definitely some sectors of the country will be looking for what Araji will be bringing in terms of financial support, if anything. Okay. Of course, I mean, if Araji, the foreign minister of Iran, will be coming to provide some sort of solutions, showing that Iran is willing to negotiate a settlement with Israel through Lebanon, that would be something Lebanon will be looking up for, because, you know, the Lebanese have been suffering for so long in their confrontation with Israel, and they need an end to this this non-ending dispute.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed, Dr. Ahmed Salameh. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Now, turning our attention to Africa, Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Saar arrived in Somaliland today, aiming to deepen political and strategic ties. This after Israel became the first country to recognize the breakaway region. That's a move criticized by Somalia and several other countries, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, let's get more on this. We can speak now to Abdinur Mohammed Ahmed, who is a former Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of Somalia. He joins us now from Mogadishu. Thank you very much for joining us on Al Arabiya English. Let me start by asking you this. The Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar is today visiting Somaliland. Last month, Israel said it officially recognized Somaliland, making it the first country to do so. What do you think Israel is trying to achieve here?
Thank you, Tom, for inviting me to this program. Israel has multiple objectives, you know, to achieve for this move. Number one is Israel has been a constant debate about how Israeli government is trying to violate international law by massacring, you know, over 70,000 Palestinians in Gaza and displacing many more. And the whole world has rejected Israel's genocidal, under Netanyahu, where it has done so many things, to isolate and blockade Gaza Strip, and try to, shift the narratives of the media world, and to throw that narrative to outside of its area by. Can I repeat this answer? Because.
Yeah, sure. Okay, we'll start again. Sorry, just 1 second.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom, for inviting me to this program. Israel has multiple objectives to achieve for this move. Number one is the world has been talking about and discussing since 2023 about the massacre of the Palestinian people, where over 70,000 elderly women and children has been killed in Gaza. Hospitals has been bombarded. And there are an international court warrant arrested by Netanyahu and top leadership of the Israeli government. So Israel wanted to do this maneuver simply because to shift the narrative from, it is a massacre on the Palestinian people and try to create another front from the Horn of Africa, named Somaliland.
Okay, so you're saying it's a distraction technique being used by Israel. Some people have been even more cynical than that and said that perhaps this issue of Somaliland is somehow linked to a future plan to displace the Palestinian people. What do you think of that argument?
I have seen Somali Defense Minister Ahmed Maalim Fiqi, who described Israel's attempt to recognize Somaliland as a gesture to displace Palestinians. And even the Somali President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, who spoke several media outlets for the last couple of days, have mentioned a similar objective by the Israeli government. However, Israel has been violating the international law since its inception in 1948. And the latest, violations of international law has been it bombed, Doha, and it also attacked Iranian government. So recognition is something that has to do with something on international law, and Israel has been constantly violating and breaking the laws that has been set by continental and international bodies, including United Nations and European Union. And that is why the Somali government has achieved, solidarity and consensus support from different nations.
Okay, and when you look at Somaliland on a map, it's at the foot of the Red Sea. Israel sits at the very top of the Red Sea. And it gives Israel the potential for building a base or having a military presence in the south of the Red Sea. But as well as being an advantage to Israel there's also a potential risk, isn't there, for Somaliland? Because the Houthis, for example, have said that were Israel to construct such a presence on Somaliland territory, they would consider that to be a legitimate target. So in effect, that would draw Somaliland into Israel's conflict. And that in turn would affect the security, wouldn't it, of Somaliland?
First of all, let me begin by reiterating that Somaliland has been a peaceful, region in Somalia. It has been a beacon of hope. It held, multiple presidential and parliamentary elections. And compared to other countries in the region, it was the most stable, place on the entire Horn of Africa region before December 2022, when war broke out in Las Anod. Part of the northern region but now claims to be a federal member state recognized by the Somali government. And, having said that, Yemen has been in turmoil for the last decades. And so The southern part of the country was unstable. Daesh and Al-Shabaab were fighting for the last, nearly 2 decades. So Somaliland was a safe place, to invest in and to reside. However, these circumstances has created, Al-Shabaab have issued a warning to the Somaliland authorities that if you bring, Israeli government on Somali soil or give them military bases, we will attack you. And the person who is saying that is one of the senior leaders of Al-Shabaab who hails from that region. Moreover, there is a Houthi who threaten Somaliland with their retaliatory actions if Israeli involvement takes place in the region. And we know Ethiopia is also in conflict in the Tigray region is recovering, but there are problems within Oromo and Amhara residents. So Sudan is also a case in point where Hamiti and Al-Burhan are fighting for the last 2 years. So basically Somaliland was a peaceful place, and we hope that this trajectory will continue in that region. However, this move will have regional implications. Saudi has intervened in Yemen, sovereignty and recognize that both Yemen and Somalia's territorial integrity, political independence will not be violated by any other state. So I think the implications will be there, but I hope that cooler heads must prevail and Somaliland must return to the negotiating table with Mogadishu, because if it wants a recognition, it is Mogadishu that decides that based on international law and other diplomatic norms.
Okay, I mean, just looking at the international reaction to that declaration by Israel that it recognizes Somaliland. I mean, a lot of countries have condemned this. We talked about Saudi Arabia in the introduction. There's also Turkey, Egypt, Yemen, Sudan, Nigeria, Libya, Iran, Iraq, Qatar. The list is long. Do you think any other countries will follow Israel's footsteps and go ahead with recognizing Somaliland?
First of all, many countries, including Djibouti, Eritrea, Uganda, Tanzania, and other regional powerhouses have already reaffirmed their commitment to Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We have also seen today there were an emergency meeting by the African Peace and Security Commission in which foreign ministers of the continent have discussed reaffirming Somalia's territorial integrity. And the chairperson of the African Union, Mohamed Ali Yusuf, has issued a quick statement when the recognition of Israel was declared on the 26th of December. The Arab League has been, advocating for similar cause. We don't see currently any new countries that are joining Israeli initiative, and it shows that Israeli government is itself isolated. Many European countries are not allowing even Netanyahu to use the airspace because of his indictment with the International Criminal Court and for his actions of killing innocent Palestinians. But I think regardless of what other countries move, Somaliland wants to negotiate with the federal government of Somalia for if it wants to have a similar independence and separation like South Sudan did when it renegotiated with Omar al-Bashir and the Sudanese government, which finally a referendum has been taken and South Sudan become a full member of the United Nations. So Somaliland and Somalia need to return to the negotiating table because the people of the North are demanding, they have grievances previously committed by what they allegedly say that Mohammed Siad Barre, who has been ruling the country through military means between 1969 to 1991, But the whole country has collapsed, and Somaliland wants to use the international instrument if it wants to achieve a full independence from Somalia. I would like also to add few points that make this discussion more meaningful. Some of the northern regions believe the unity and the territorial integrity in Somalia, and the people of the Sool and Sanaag has been constantly rejecting Somaliland's claim of secession and full statehood from Somalia. So it will not only involve in the Somaliland, but also northeastern state, an emerging federal member state that has been established a few months ago, also should be put into consideration when we are discussing the northern regions or former British Somaliland getting independence from the rest of the Somalia.
Okay, and just to wrap up, your final thoughts just before we finish this conversation, and also your overall thoughts on the level of international support you see for Somalia on this issue.
The world has demonstrated, clear solidarity with Somalia, and for more than 3 decades, Somalia has been recovering from a devastating civil war, and the international community have heavily invested in Somalia's reconstruction and state-building project. In terms of concrete support, the international community has helped Somalia rebuild its security forces. There is a massive infrastructure project in Somalia, primarily involved by the Qatari and Turkish governments. And there are also education support from multiple countries and partnerships. And so there has been a progress in that front. And also, Somalia has been working with its partners in enhancing a global economic exchange, trade and diplomatic engagement. One of the countries that have deployed their foreign missions is the Turkish government that, relocated its embassy to Mogadishu at the height of famine in 2011. So the current international response really reflects a broad consensus and solidarity with the Somali people and its government. And this has been reaffirmed by the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, known as IGAD, which is a regional Horn of Africa bloc, as well as the African Union, European Union, and more individual countries also reaffirm Somalia's, commitment reaffirming their territorial integrity. Arab League was also.
Okay.
And this month, Somalia is chairing the National, United Nations Security Council, which is the whole month of January. So even the council have a debate on the issue, and all the countries have rejected, except the United States, which remain, ambiguity in its response on this cause. But, big powers. We are also expecting the foreign minister of China to come here. France, China, and Russia has been with the Somali side. So the current, support from the international community is so massive, and Somalia expects, many more support from individual countries.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Abdinur Mohammed Ahmed, former Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of Somalia. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Pleasure to be you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. It's right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
People are going to have their hearts broken and put back together in this film. I think they're going to be able to watch the characters of Elphaba and Glinda and see themselves and see them with their own friends and have this beautiful story of friendship kind of come to a close. I'm very excited.
Wicked is like a family to me now. It means that my family has just grown. I think every time you step onto a movie set, especially something like Wicked, it's always amazing. Something is always different because the story has evolved and the characters have evolved and they've all grown in different ways. And then there's also introduction of new characters. So every day is a lovely surprise. And I think one of the scenes that I really was very nostalgic about was the wedding scene, because I did Crazy Rich Asians with John M. Chu. And now I think he must be the most famous director from setting up the most incredible, glamorous wedding. I think everyone will find a different message for themselves because the complexities of emotions, of different paths that you can choose to take is different for each person. I think it will be different for you and for myself. So find your message.
The
women's performances, the score is incredible. I think the music production on the album is amazing. The world continues to be built in such a beautiful way. There's so much to enjoy, and it's all John M. Chu, the director, so we have him to thank. He's the true magician, I think.
It's just like such a wide audience. I'm used to smaller community theater, and this is very much wide scale, so it's been overwhelming but really, really great. People hopefully seeing little pockets of themselves along the way, reflecting maybe, having their viewpoints change and be open to change in general, I think.
Wildly amazing. How the feedback from the first movie, amazing. You know, we know that a lot of fans have been already fervently enrolled from the stage play for the last 20 years. It's a phenomenon, and their anticipation for this first movie was big, but their satisfaction and delight and ecstasy has been palpable and delightful to see. But the second one, I think, is a masterpiece of a movie, and I think they're going to go out of their minds. I can't wait to see it again. I've seen it once in a little screening room. I can't wait to see it with an audience. I can't wait to feel what the whole group reaction will be, because I think it's going to be amazing. Ariane and Cynthia, I can't wait for them to see their spectacular performances. Nobody acts better than they do, and nobody sings at the same time better than they do. I can't wait for them to see that. I have a song called Wonderful that I do with the two of them. I cherish that, and the way the whole thing ends is something else.
It's a filmmaker's dream to make something that people want to see. And the fact that they've taken it into their lives, they've made creative things because of it, that they've gathered their friends and made costumes and put on sing-alongs. Like, this is what movies do. They bring people together, and I love that I'm either a little part of that. The amazing epic landscapes that have even grown even further, our production design, our costume design, and of course Cynthia and Ariana. These two are gifts to the world by the heavens. They are channeling something greater from their hearts, their talents, and I love capturing moments of that, little glimpses. They got a lot more to give to us, but the fact that I got to put little jars out, and then now I get to give that to the world, just wait till you see these two.
We hope people connect with these two women in a different way. They've grown up. They are dealing with the consequences of their decisions from the last time. And this is sort of like the culmination of everything that they've been through. We really hope that people connect with this last part of the journey and understand that these girls still love each other, and hopefully people will fall in love with them again.
It's been amazing. It's been the most beautiful experience. We shot both films at the first time, and it was extraordinary. And we've stayed in touch all the time. Everyone thinks, oh, what, do they talk anymore? Of course we talk anymore.
This all started when the Joker and I broke up. It was completely mutual. And soon enough, I was back on my feet, ready to embrace the fierce goddess within.
Such a pleasure to talk to the both of you. To quote her, it was fantabulous to watch it yesterday because, it's the kind of film that gives you energy. I don't know how to explain it, but was it the same on set because it's such a fast-paced kind of shoot?
It was, and it was very fast-paced when we were shooting. I mean, just the parameters we had, we were shooting on location a lot of the time, so it was like, quick, get it done, we're losing the light, or we lose our street closure in 15 minutes. So it had very much had that kinetic feel on set as well, and that always seeps into the scenes, I think. Plus, anytime you have an ensemble cast, I think there's so much going on, and there's so many people in every scene, and it's just... We really wanted Gotham to feel populated. We didn't want to just have, a few characters. There are quieter moments, but for the most part, it's pretty, chaotic. So it had that feel on set as well in a really fun way.
But it turns out I wasn't the only dame in Gotham looking for emancipation.
Did you realize from the start that this ensemble had, so much charisma together? Was it obvious from the start?
chemistry is something you can't really explain or force. It's either there or it's not, and we actually really like each other.
Yeah, everyone's cool, and like we all get along. It's easy, and you can have like a grouping of actors where everyone's extremely good at their job, but for some reason you just don't have that alchemy, and that's why I feel like chemistry reads are so important, and we knew that the grouping was going to be so important.
He's after all of us. The kid just robbed him. You betrayed him. You killed his BFF. What? You are so cool.
Obviously, we discovered her in Suicide Squad, but this is a full blast discovery of in and out Harley Quinn. How much of a pleasure is it for you to explore her so much, and how much input are you able to put?
It's great. I mean, I love the character so much, and I loved her in the comics, and getting to play her on screen in all these different scenarios, some of which you'll recognize from the comics, others are completely fabricated from Christina's wild and wacky brain. It's a joy because there's endless options when you play Harley. She can kind of do anything.
And I'm here to report a terrible crime.
And what terrible crime is that?
This one.
Kathy told me something that made me laugh. She said because, you had already, taught yourself how to ice skate for Itonia, it was easier for you for the roller skate. But I've done both, and it's not the same thing.
It's not the same at all. Yeah. It's easy when you're not on the skates to be like, sure. And I did the same thing. I was like, the roller skating will be fine because I've done the ice skating.
It's completely different, especially on the four wheels.
Exactly. It's not like I was on rollerblades. I was on roller skates, so it was different. But it did hurt a lot less, I felt. Like when I fell, falling on the concrete hurt less than falling on ice. Neither is great, but I'd take the skates. I'd take the roller skates.
Psychologically speaking, vengeance rarely brings the catharsis we hope for. Yeah. Are we ready? You blow up.
And because you're also a producer, how much does it all work together?
It works really well. I mean, I feel like the two roles complement each other a lot of the time. I can have like an inside view of I can foresee problems before they happen because I'm physically right there, much closer. And on the other side, I feel like I can produce better because I understand what the other actors are going through, perhaps, and kind of obviously have more creative input in that sense because I know the character and I know the world inside out.
Finally, how are you living award season with promoting this film? Obviously, you probably didn't expect both of them to arrive together. You had to miss the Oscar luncheon yesterday.
Yeah, I know, which I went to when I got nominated for Tonya, and it was like one of the most special. It felt like I had a graduation from college or something. It was one of the most special days. So I know it's all kind of happening at the same time right now, but I'm just an exceptionally lucky woman. And
a hard worker. Come on. She busts her ass.
On Sunday she's going to compete against herself at the BAFTA.
I know. Yeah. Do you know what my brother said to me this morning? He's like, oh yeah, you're nominated twice for a BAFTA. So even if you won, you'd still lose. I was like, I hadn't thought of that.
You're a loser either way.
I was like, that's a lovely spin to put on it. Thanks.
Gotta love brothers.
Yeah, your family's always real with you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I will see you at the BAFTAs on Sunday, and congratulations on everything. No escaping me. I'm like the fourth bird of prey.
Yes.
ما تنسوا تحضروا Birds of Prey كفرايداي ميجا موفي الجمعة ب 28 نوفمبر الساعة 9 بتوقيت السعودية.
It's the lifeblood of this town, and you can't help but, at least from my point of view, be interested in how your opinions match up with other people's, because there's been so many great films this year.
It's also a great place where you can really talk to people and engage a little bit, and it's at this moment where, I don't know, like all of the films have still this kind of life that we are feeding them, and hopefully some of them will, will get there and they'll be seen by more people.
I feel like it's just a celebration of storytelling. We have
4 amazing honorees, but it's just the amount of talent that gathered all together to celebrate one another is just a really special occasion.
Just to be able to see, I guess other colleagues and people that you admire and aspire to, they're here, and it's a wonderful excitement, and there's just a certain energy in the room.
Everyone tonight is really worthy of this award and worthy of having an Oscar.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the Academy and the Board of Governors for this glorious golden moment in the sun with Oscar.
It means so much. It's a level of respect that is on such a high plane, and from the people in the industry that I work with all the time and with my whole family here. It's like the ultimate recognition that I never really expected to get, and I'm just grateful.
I've had masters and mentors that have trained me, encouraged me, criticized me, given me opportunity, uplifted me, and helped me become the Debbie Allen that you're celebrating tonight.
At the end of a movie, when they roll all those names, and you wonder, who are they? What did they do? They're here.
There's so many people that have been great that went unhonored. Ruby Dee never won that Oscar that she deserved for many, many years. I mean, there's a long laundry list of people that were never honored, but I am carrying them all with me on my shoulders.
They're sort of honoring people who are kind of just, like putting in the yards and doing amazing things.
It's not just famous people that are getting awards, it's also people who've done great humanitarian work or outreach or great producers.
Tom, it's my honor to present you with this Governor Award.
It's about time. He's been doing it for a long time. He chooses great films, and he's always outstanding.
Man, come on. He's a legend. He's been a legend for as long as I can remember.
I want to see Tom Cruise. Yeah, I'm really fascinated by him, and I want to hear what he says. Yes, it's interesting.
Thank you all very much for this honor. I'm deeply grateful. Good night.
All in the wonderful game.
I would be a good person too if I grew up in some cozy little impenetrable home. I would have to steal and stab and fib all the goddamn time just to get by.
Talking about everyone else, did you have the feeling that everyone else was waiting for the second season to drop?
Yeah, to be quite honest with you. I did feel the anticipation for season 2. It was so gratifying as we were ending this season. Amazon announced that there's going to be a season 3. So this story will continue. I know what we have in the can. I know where this story goes. I know how meaningful it was to me and everybody else that went on this journey in front of and behind the camera. And we gave it everything that we had. And I hope that the fans of it, see in it what we do. Because it doesn't belong to us, really, it belongs to the world. This is a global show. There is a global community of people that have played this game and participated in this world. And now they're, the fans that are the people that watch the show that don't play games at all. So, yeah, I'm just excited for people to see it.
What exactly is it you plan on doing once we find your daddy?
Gonna bring him to justice. So people know that how they conduct themselves matters. And they don't give up hope.
The stuff we fight for, the story has it you used to believe in those things too.
Because every single detail is very specific to the Fallout universe, how amazing are those sets, the mixture of the retro-futuristic and the post-apocalyptic and everything together in a beautiful recipe.
Yes, they're very, very clever
in the way that they combine these things. And you know, when you're on a set, you feel like, well, it's a set. You know, I mean, it's a magnificent set. But then when you see it realized on film and you watch it on the screen, it somehow becomes this real, tangible, I mean, just overwhelming visual experience, which they are so good at. So, I mean, that to me is really the joy of it, is when you see it as an audience. That's the best thing.
I wish I had it for 200 years. I've kept myself alive for one reason. To find my family.
How is it to be on those sets, especially in this one, you know, with the whole New Vegas situation and, you know, every single detail is so specific to the Fallout universe?
Howard Cummings is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met in my life, and how his mind is able to conceive of these spaces. He designs all of these spaces, of course, with Jonathan Nolan and the writer's input, but the tactile world, the analog world in which we get an opportunity to play in every day, never ceases to amaze me. It's real. I mean, is there green screen? Of course. Do we get an opportunity to be on a volume stage? Of course. But most of what you see, most of it is real. That was very, very important to Nolan, and we get to benefit from that greatly.
We're actually beginning to get along.
Try again.
What do you most enjoy about Hank McLean? Obviously, you know, there was the unexpected in season 1. What should we expect for season 2?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's expect the unexpected, because Hank will continue to change and his motivations become clearer in some ways, and his justifications are clear as well to himself, you know. So I think people are going to see other sides of him, and I think in particular they're going to see a little more glee, a little more fun, a little more humor with Hank, something that we really leaned into for season 2. He's enjoying what he's doing, and he makes no bones about, you know, putting it out there.
So this is Vegas, huh? I'd ask why my dad ran into a den of monsters, but he'd probably just tell me to shut the fudge up.
Been nominated 20 times, so that means you've been at least 20 times to the Oscars. Do you remember a fun year, some particularly, where you took pictures with everyone?
Oh, it's always fun. In the beginning it was fun because I didn't know anybody and I just looked at them all as movie stars, and now I tend to go and I've worked with practically everybody, so it's nice to see them again.
Miranda?
Took you long enough.
The tracks are made. The songs are ready. Let's take it from the top.
What's been your turning point, the moment that you felt that acting is for you, or it's something that you really want to pursue a profession in?
I was a sophomore in high school, and my buddy, he's a really good friend of mine, and he used to give me a ride home from school, and he said, I'm going to audition for this play. I said, all right, we played baseball together and stuff, so I was like, you need to give me a ride home, so yeah, I'll audition for this play. And we just had a really wonderful drama teacher. She was young and energetic, and she had just come into the program and really kind of pushed me in that direction, but in a really great way.
And it felt right. It was right.
That's right.
Talking about the Mandalorian universe, is it pinch me moments every time you step on those sets and you get like immersed into the universe of what it is?
Yeah, they keep on outdoing themselves. It's incredible what they can do with an outdoor location. The level of detail, the best apartments in the world, the volume that they use to create special effects, but really helps believe the reality that is being portrayed. These incredible landscapes and visuals that kind of envelop a very immaculate set. So very little is left to the imagination, really.
Good shot, baby.
I am a girl who loves my island, and the girl who loves the sea. It calls me.
How's your little girl?
She's great here. Lola.
Oh my God. She's beautiful.
Thank you.
She's so pretty.
Thank you so much. She'll soon be in age to watch your films. We'll start with Moana.
Yeah, start there first, yes.
I didn't think you'd be on this soon.
Well, I just couldn't stop walking until I got here.
What are you thinking about?
I was thinking that we ought to get married.
Great to see you girls and talk about this film that I find quite poetic. Without giving too much away, when did you meet and how much did you discuss what the characters meant to the storyline?
We first met in Toronto a few months ago, so it's been quite an
Yeah.
unusual experience that we all obviously had our scenes with Joel, but none of us met out together outside of that.
So the discussion about the characters came after you filmed?
Oh no, like the discussion with the character would have came when I was talking with Clint, you know, about whether to do the project or not, and asking questions and to see if, you know, it was a good match. And then, as you were saying, Clint kind of then was very much like letting you be free and you know, not overthinking things, and very much relaxed was a big part of it.
This is rough work, gentlemen. Not just on the body. We just cut down trees that have been here for 500 years.
It's a story about so many things. You know, as I said, I found it poetic, I found it sad, I found it simple in the best possible way. It looks so beautiful. What most attracted you to that kind of film that is, you know, you don't see those films that often, and that's what's beautiful about it.
Part of the reason of wanting to do it was seeing the work that Clint and Adolfo had done in Jockey, the film they made before Train Dreams, and they really shoot nature beautifully and light, and so much of this film is just shot in natural light, and we'd be up, you know, in the early hours of the morning to get a scene when the sun's coming up, or there's an amazing, on that west coast of America, there's an amazing pink light when the sun goes down, and you get just these beautiful moments. So you're trying to marry the drama, what's happening in the scene, with being reflected in the background, in the environment. And when you get the fusion of that, it's
So
very
pretty,
special, yeah.
You think that she knows that I'm her daddy?
Deep down, she knows it. Even if she doesn't know she knows it yet.
How much does it change the acting exercise when you are in those surroundings of nature, and when it's kind of a different atmosphere from a movie set or a sound stage?
Well, it was quite interesting navigating Gladys's kind of movements and how we behave now, you know, when we're on our phones, and there's kind of quite a lot of kinetic energy around us, and we have busy minds and busy lives, and we're probably overly multitasking. And then thinking about someone who is for long periods of time on their own, how that affects, you know, the way they move. I felt with her that everything is, she's a woman who's grown up but on a farm, and she's not overthinking things. She moves with intention, and she's not scared of the outdoors. It's how she survives. So it's always kind of interesting finding those differences from your own life.
In the forest, every least thing's important. It's all threaded together. So you can't tell where one thing ends and another begins.
Do you think bad things that we do follow us through life? I don't know.
Let's talk about working with Joel on this and discussing, you know, what his characters go through emotionally in the arc of the story.
So I'd worked with Joel a long time ago in Australia on a movie, Ned Kelly, so I knew him over the years and wanted to do this movie with him because I knew he was going to do a really great job. And there was an ease, which is kind of written in the script, that she feels like an old friend. So I wanted to do that because of our previous relationship and because I knew he was going to pull it off in a beautiful way.
Yeah, Joel's just one of those actors that other actors always want to work with because of the subtlety of his work and the kind of projects that he does. We'd been kind of circling each other for some time, wanting to find something to do together, and then this came along and it felt like it was the right thing and the right moment to come together.
There must be something for us to learn from that.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambiance around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizudera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. they're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it, combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam. Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Said, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians, together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.